La Facultad de Ciencias Jurídicas de la Pontificia Universidad Javeriana está comprometida con la defensa de los derechos humanos, la justicia social, el derecho en contexto local y global, y con su impacto en la transformación del país y del mundo.
En nuestra facultad, el derecho es una herramienta de transformación para beneficio de la sociedad, en cualquier forma de ejercicio de la profesión legal. Queremos generar conocimiento en ciencias jurídicas con perspectiva global y local. Queremos aportar de manera decisiva a la transformación digital del derecho y de su ejercicio, guiados siempre por el humanismo y el cuidado de la casa común. Queremos abogados y abogadas de la Universidad Javeriana que busquen la reconstrucción de la fraternidad humana por medio del derecho.
Tenemos un enfoque social donde el derecho es puesto al servicio de los problemas jurídicos del país y abordamos los fenómenos políticos y socioeconómicos desde una perspectiva interdisciplinar. Contamos con uno de los repositorios más importantes de América Latina y una sala de mercados de capital, donde los estudiantes comprenden el funcionamiento de mercados financieros y se mantienen al tanto de las nuevas tendencias globales. Nuestros estudiantes participan en distintos tribunales simulados y prestan asesoría a la comunidad en el consultorio jurídico. Profundizamos en los procesos administrativos que regulan las relaciones entre los particulares y el Estado. Estudiamos las nuevas realidades en torno a las normativas empresariales, las relaciones entre sociedades y el impacto de los mercados de nuestro país. Entendemos el comportamiento de los mercados financieros y sus aspectos jurídicos. Analizamos los diversos modelos de familia, la relación entre sus miembros y su rol dentro del derecho constitucional. Buscamos una comprensión integral del proceso de crecimiento urbano ligado al desarrollo económico y social contemporáneo. Ahondamos en aspectos jurídicos, administrativos y económicos asociados a políticas públicas sociales y laborales. Servimos de soporte al derecho público colombiano a través del estudio y la comprensión de los derechos constitucionales y proponemos soluciones frente a las problemáticas sociales contemporáneas. Le apostamos a una formación de profesionales excelentes, comprometidos con la defensa de las leyes y los derechos humanos. Velamos por construir una sociedad incluyente, justa y equitativa.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this event. It's my pleasure to be here with you and have the honor to introduce you to our guest speakers. For this first part of the event, the welcome and opening remarks, it's my pleasure to introduce you to our current speakers. First is Alfonso Miranda, who is a lawyer and socioeconomist from Pontificia Universidad Javeriana, specialist in financial law from Universidad de los Andes, master in law from Cornell University, PhD from University of Salamanca. He currently is director of the Center of Studies of Competition Law, or SDEC, of the Pontificia Universidad Javeriana, former director of the Economic Law Department between 2001 and 2021, and professor of the same university. Finally, he is an associate in Esguerra Asesores Jurídicos. For our next speaker, we have Cristian Cantona, who is a Juris Doctor from Eotos Laurent University, degree in French and European Law, LLM in Competition Law from the University of Constance, and LLM in Antitrust, Competition, and Trade Regulation from the University of Virginia School of Law. He's been an attorney in antitrust competition at Whale, Gottschall, and Manges LLP, Counsel for International Antitrust at the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, and currently Christian is council member at the ABA section of Antitrust Law and Vice President of Global Competition and Regulatory Policy at Computer and Communications Industry Association. And finally, we have John Marcos Torres, who is the Jefe of Asesores at the Despacho of the Superintendency of Industry and Commerce of Colombia. Welcome.
Muy buenos días. Reciban un saludo muy respetuoso de parte de la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio. Es un honor para mí, doctor Miranda y doctor Uribe, estar en mi casa de estudios, la Universidad Javeriana. Creo que no coincidía con el doctor Miranda en un evento académico, más allá de cuando nos vimos por última vez en el 8º semestre de la carrera de Derecho, cuando tuve el privilegio de ser su estudiante de la materia de Derecho de la Competencia. Así que es grato para mí volver a reencontrarme con usted en estos espacios de construcción de conocimiento. El superintendente de Industria y Comercio, el doctor Juan Camilo Durantelles, superintendente encargado, les extiende a la Universidad Javeriana sus directivas, también a quienes conforman parte del cuerpo directivo de la Facultad de Ciencias Jurídicas de esta universidad y del Departamento de Derecho Económico, un saludo muy respetuoso, y por su conducto me ha pedido a mí ofrecer unas palabras iniciales para la instalación, si se quiere, de este importante evento. Asimismo, los saludo en nombre de todos esos funcionarios, mujeres y hombres, que todos los días en esa superintendencia se levantan con el ánimo de cumplir con la misionalidad que le ha sido encomendada por la Constitución y la ley a esa entidad, en cumplimiento, por supuesto, de las funciones de inspección, de vigilancia y control que le han sido otorgadas a la misma. Consideraciones iniciales sería a partir de ese contexto, de qué hacemos allí en la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio, cuáles son las funciones que desarrolla pues esta autoridad. En ese ejercicio de las funciones de inspección, de vigilancia y control que desarrolla la SIC, Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio, sería pues importante resaltar que ejercemos tres funciones, a saber, funciones administrativas. En cuanto a policía administrativa se refiere en nuestro ordenamiento jurídico en materia de protección del régimen de libre competencia económica. También en protección de datos personales, en materia de protección al consumidor, y también somos autoridad en cuanto a metrología legal y reglamentos técnicos. Esta superintendencia también ejerce una función registral que está en cabeza de la Delegatura de Propiedad Industrial. Y por mandato constitucional, la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio, por supuesto, también ejerce una función jurisdiccional para unas materias específicas. Es importante resaltar que en los últimos años, la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio, específicamente en materia de libre competencia económica, entre los años 2018 y septiembre de 2022, ha sancionado 45 prácticas restrictivas de la competencia, más o menos por cerca de unos 649.000 millones de pesos. Esto en dólares más o menos es un aproximado de 145 millones de dólares. Entre los casos sancionados por esta autoridad en materia de competencia, valdría la pena destacar, y nos apena mucho porque pues, tiene que ver con hechos de corrupción, de colusión en licitaciones, que la mayor sanción se impuso en materia de libre competencia en un caso conocido como Ruta del Sol, donde la responsabilidad de las personas y de las empresas comprometidas en este caso ascendió o conllevó una multa más bien de unos 295.000 millones de pesos, la multa más alta de la historia impuesta por esta autoridad. Eso equivale más o menos a unos 66 millones de dólares. También cabría resaltar otro caso que fue muy sonado por la relevancia internacional y que se construyó a partir de lo que conoció el mundo como el FIFA Gate, y fue una investigación que adelantó la Delegatura para la Protección de la Competencia y que sancionó esta autoridad, y que tiene que ver con la reventa de boletas para el Mundial de Rusia 2018. Allí esta autoridad, luego de un arduo proceso de investigación, llegó a la conclusión de que la responsabilidad de los dirigentes de la Federación Colombiana de Fútbol y de la misma federación conllevaba o ameritaba la imposición de una multa que se calculó en 18.353 millones de pesos, una de las multas más altas y significativas, unos 4 millones de dólares, porque además se abrió la puerta para que la Fiscalía General de la Nación, en ese programa de colaboración que tiene con esta autoridad, empezara también un proceso por la vía penal a investigar la posible comisión de algunos delitos económicos por cuenta del caso que investigó y sancionó esta autoridad. Otro caso que quisiera mencionar tiene que ver con el cartel de la clorosoda. Allí, la autoridad de competencia impuso una multa por unos 125.800 millones de pesos, cerca de unos 28 millones de dólares. Este caso es importante porque, como ustedes saben, el cloro y la soda son bienes esenciales para la potabilización del agua. Y prácticamente en nuestro país es un mercado muy concentrado y son muy pocas empresas las que están en este mercado, si se quiere, relevante. Y en una época como la pandemia, donde se exigía el lavado de manos frecuentes a todos los ciudadanos, donde las condiciones de salubridad y sanitarias obligaban a que pudiéramos acceder todos los ciudadanos al servicio de agua potable como corresponde, pues es importante destacar la labor que hace aquí la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio en sancionar esa violación al régimen de libre competencia en un mercado que tenía tanto impacto en un momento como la pandemia. Quisiera también ponerles de presente que no es menor que, si bien esta autoridad se ha concentrado juiciosamente en investigar y con buen criterio conseguir todos los elementos materiales de prueba, dando por supuesto las garantías a los investigados en los momentos en los que ha tenido que tomar estas decisiones de imponer este tipo de multas y sanciones, las mismas han tenido, si se quiere, una tasa de ratificación o un porcentaje de ratificación que vale la pena destacar en materia jurisdiccional de lo contencioso administrativo. Entiéndase que cuando la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio expide un acto administrativo sancionatorio, el mismo, si las partes, los sancionados lo quieren, pues puede ser objeto de control judicial, pues porque demandan este acto administrativo ante la jurisdicción de lo contencioso administrativo. Pues vale la pena destacar que en relación con los casos en materia de libre competencia ante la jurisdicción, la tasa de decisiones favorables o la tasa de ratificación está hoy en el 90%, lo que representa una mejoría significativa respecto del promedio que había entre los años 2018 y 2020, el cual era del 74%. Paso seguido, quisiera poner de presente que consideramos desde la autoridad de competencia, desde la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio, que si, usando las palabras de otro de los asesores del despacho, del doctor Jorge Andrés Pérez, si se quiere, estamos en un punto de inflexión en materia de lo que tiene que ver con el régimen de la libre competencia, ya que pues desde el año 2009 teníamos un régimen más o menos que habían pasado unos 13 años sin que hubiera sido objeto de una modificación significativa. Pues mediante la Ley 2195 del 2022, en los artículos 67 y 68, se pudo modificar este régimen y básicamente se aumentó el monto de las sanciones por incumplimientos al régimen de libre competencia económica. También se establecen en esta norma toda una serie de criterios para calcular el monto de las sanciones, tanto para los agentes de mercado como para los facilitadores. Asimismo, esta ley desarrolló la figura de la reserva en lo que corresponde al programa de beneficios por colaboración, estableciendo que la identidad del delator, así como todas las pruebas que aporte, se mantendrán en reserva hasta el final de las actuaciones. También quisiera resaltar el decreto 253 de 2022, que modificó, por supuesto, el régimen de beneficios por colaboración, ampliando los beneficios a quienes se presenten a la autoridad antes de la apertura de investigación. Asimismo, el decreto 092 de 2022 modificó el decreto 4886 de 2011 y en especial se creó la nueva dirección de cumplimiento. Creemos entonces que la modificación al régimen de competencia en punto de establecer unos nuevos criterios para la imposición de las sanciones, el incremento de la posibilidad del incremento de los porcentajes de las multas, así como la creación de la nueva dirección de cumplimiento, constituyen unos cambios significativos en el régimen de protección de la libre competencia. En cuanto al cumplimiento, pues nos ubica como una de las autoridades que está acogiendo las mejores prácticas o estándares internacionales en el ejercicio de las funciones que constitucional y legalmente nos han sido encomendadas. Vale la pena resaltar que esa dirección de cumplimiento, además de verificar el cumplimiento de las garantías que ofrecen los investigados y que llegaran a ser aceptadas por la autoridad, tiene a su cargo también hacer seguimiento a todos los condicionamientos que la autoridad imponga en materia de integraciones empresariales cuando las aprueba. Y por supuesto también tiene a su cargo todos los procedimientos en materia de inobservancia, de instrucciones, entre otros. Esa dirección de cumplimiento, vale la pena destacar, también cumple un rol para la promoción de la competencia. Y los empresarios debieran ver en esta dirección de cumplimiento, y así lo hemos querido transmitir desde la autoridad, un facilitador, un orientador, una dirección, una autoridad que a través de la dirección de cumplimiento quiere acompañar, orientar, hacer pedagogía con el propósito de que los agentes de mercado cada vez más incorporen la política del cumplimiento, la cultura del compliance en sus organizaciones, de tal manera que puedan llegar al análisis y a la conclusión de que les es mucho más eficiente trabajar en la prevención, trabajar en la cultura del compliance, construir programas de cumplimiento, y les es mucho más eficiente, mucho más económico que exponerse, por supuesto, al régimen sancionatorio que también se ha modificado y a los criterios con base en los cuales se impondrán esas sanciones. Es lo que pretendemos, promover esa cultura del cumplimiento, del compliance, acompañar, por supuesto, con la distancia que corresponde la elaboración de esos programas de cumplimiento de los distintos agentes de mercado, de tal manera que cada vez más vayan acogiendo las mejores prácticas y los mejores estándares internacionales en esa materia. Recientemente, en ese punto, esta superintendencia empezó ya a otorgar algún tipo de beneficios, si se quiere atenuantes, a quienes ofrezcan programas de cumplimiento durante la fase de investigación o como garantías. Quisiera también mencionar y hacer una acotación especial frente a lo que ha sido el papel internacional o el rol internacional que ha jugado la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio como autoridad única en materia de protección del régimen de libre competencia. Algunos logros internacionales de la Superintendencia, de la SIC, entre septiembre de 2018 y septiembre del año 2020. Quisiera rescatar allí que el anterior superintendente, el doctor Andrés Barreto, fue elegido como miembro del Buró del Comité de Competencia de la OCDE desde enero del año 2021 y hasta diciembre de 2022. Si bien ya el doctor Barreto, después de cumplir su periodo constitucional, ya no está en el cargo, es importante mencionar que la elección en su momento del superintendente para que fuera parte de ese buró es un hito para el país, pues ha sido el único colombiano en esta prestigiosa lista de expertos en materia de libre competencia, que ha acompañado, por supuesto, también a los máximos representantes de las distintas agencias en materia de libre competencia, cuyo foro es en el cual se dan las discusiones, los debates más interesantes en cuanto a las nuevas tendencias y las nuevas perspectivas en materia de competencia, discusiones que se surten al interior de ese comité. También la superintendencia ha sido miembro del grupo, del buró, del grupo de datos y gobernanza de la OCDE desde enero de 2021 hasta diciembre de 2022, y formar parte del buró de datos de la OCDE, pues le ha permitido al superintendente y por supuesto a esta autoridad hacer parte de las discusiones y beber de primera mano de la fuente de esas discusiones de la agenda en cuanto a materia de protección de datos y las acciones futuras que en esa organización como la OCDE se están dando las nuevas luces de lo que allí se está presentando, las nuevas tendencias de lo que allí se está discutiendo y vislumbrando de lo que va a ocurrir en materia de libre competencia asociado con el tema de datos personales, analítica de datos, Big Data, y que también, por supuesto, tiene que ver con los derechos del consumidor. La SIC también asumió la copresidencia del Grupo de Trabajo de Abogacía de la Red Internacional de Competencia para el periodo 2020-2023. Está allí en este selecto grupo que, como ustedes saben, es encargado de mejorar la eficacia de los Estados miembros del ICN en relación con la promoción y la difusión de los principios de la libre competencia. Algunos retos y perspectivas, pues teniendo en cuenta que se ha modificado el régimen de libre competencia, se vislumbra ya desde la delegatura, lo ha venido sosteniendo el profesor Juan Pablo Herrera, que es nuestro delegado para la protección de la competencia, nuestro superintendente encargado, el doctor Juan Camilo Durantelles, y el equipo que actualmente trabaja allí en relación con las discusiones en estas organizaciones internacionales y en los distintos eventos, foros académicos de los que forman parte, que en materia de libre competencia, esta autoridad tendrá que seguir de alguna forma vinculando nuevos saberes, nuevos aprendizajes en materia de datos personales, nuevas tecnologías que le permitan, con base en herramientas de inteligencia artificial, de una transformación digital de la entidad, de innovación, para que los funcionarios que tienen a cargo las funciones de inspección, vigilancia y control, desarrollo de las investigaciones, cada vez más puedan tener las habilidades de adquirir, obtener información, de investigar en esos nuevos mercados, si se quiere, digitales, en ese nuevo rol que está comportando el comercio electrónico, en el que sin duda materias como la libre competencia convergerán con los temas muy importantes de datos personales y, por supuesto, en todo lo relacionado con protección de los derechos al consumidor. Allí tenemos unos retos importantes. Tendremos que identificar si debemos propugnar por lo que se denomina en la doctrina como la regulación ex ante, la intervención ex post, cómo será el rol y el reto, el desafío que tiene esta autoridad para poder definir lo que se llaman los mercados relevantes dentro de esos mercados digitales, cuáles son esas mejores prácticas que se deben acoger por parte de la autoridad y esos estándares internacionales, si los hay, para intervenir en debida forma, y cómo también responder algunas preguntas si en esos temas de comercio electrónico, si en los mercados digitales estamos ante competidores de mercados digitales que compiten entre sí por hacerse a la cuota de otro que está participando en el mismo mercado digital, o si son competidores entre sí que van a competir por la cuota de los mercados análogos o los mercados tradicionales. En ese sentido, quiero poner de presente que esta autoridad, con el propósito de ponerse a la vanguardia, de adoptar los mejores estándares y las mejores prácticas internacionales, ha adelantado un proceso de innovación y de transformación digital que hoy nos permite ratificar y confirmar que esta autoridad es una autoridad 100% digital y que gran parte del presupuesto de funcionamiento que nos es otorgado por parte del Estado colombiano y de inversión se ha invertido en la creación de herramientas digitales, de desarrollos tecnológicos con el propósito de cumplir en debida forma con las funciones que nos han sido asignadas y de ponernos también a la vanguardia y en el contexto de lo que los desafíos en estos mercados que tenemos que observar recurrentemente nos imponen. En eso quiero señalar que la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio, a través de la Delegatura para la Protección de la Competencia, decidió apostar por el desarrollo de tecnologías que le permitan a sus investigadores, en el marco de las funciones de protección y de promoción de la libre competencia económica, hacer frente a los retos que plantean los desarrollos de los nuevos mercados en el mundo digital, así como de los grandes volúmenes de datos producidos y consumidos, los cuales son analizados a través de 3 proyectos. Hemos creado un proyecto que se llama Sabueso. Esa es una herramienta que le permite a la Delegatura para la Protección de la Competencia hacer seguimiento y analizar información sobre productos disponibles en sitios de comercio web de venta minorista, aportando información que de otra forma sería muy difícil conseguir de manera ágil y oportuna. Se ha desarrollado otra herramienta denominada Sherlock dentro de la estrategia de analítica de datos, y es una herramienta que permite identificar patrones indicativos de posibles conductas que infrinjan las normas de competencia en el marco de los procesos de contratación pública. Ese proyecto se ha venido desarrollando, se tiene previsto que se desarrolle en 2 fases. La primera fase contempló la creación de una herramienta tendiente a facilitar el acceso a los datos disponibles en la web sobre los procesos de contratación pública. La segunda fase de la etapa del proyecto Sherlock plantea un reto mayor por cuanto se trata de crear alarmas que les permitan a nuestros funcionarios, a los investigadores, que puedan identificar algún tipo de comportamiento restrictivo de la competencia dentro de los procesos de compras públicas que estén por fuera del radar de la Delegatura de Protección de la Competencia. El proyecto Inspector analiza también, es un tercer proyecto, realiza el seguimiento a proyectos normativos publicados en los sitios web de los agentes reguladores del Estado. Si se detectan cambios en la normatividad publicada, el sistema automáticamente envía una alerta al área interesada informando la novedad. Como ven, entonces, tenemos en la autoridad de competencia y en la autoridad que significa la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio una preocupación por estar siempre a la vanguardia de las discusiones que se están dando en las importantes organizaciones internacionales en materia de libre competencia y otras disciplinas como datos personales y protección al consumidor, como son la OCDE, el ICN, lo que se viene diciendo también desde la ONU, desde la CEPAL, con el propósito de que esta autoridad, valiéndose de las nuevas tecnologías de la información y de la comunicación, invirtiendo importantes recursos en materia de transformación digital, en capacitación de sus funcionarios, pues cada vez más se vaya poniendo a la altura de los mejores estándares internacionales y acogiendo las mejores prácticas para poder desarrollar esas funciones de inspección, vigilancia y control que nos han sido encomendadas. Es importante, y así lo vemos de cara al futuro, que se tiene que dar un diálogo interdisciplinar entre los economistas, entre los abogados, expertos en derecho de la competencia, expertos en protección de datos personales, expertos en derecho de la protección del consumidor, con otras disciplinas como la ingeniería, como la analítica de datos, como los temas de ciberseguridad, con el propósito de cada vez ser más eficientes en la investigación y en el análisis de información de las distintas dinámicas que se estén surtiendo en el mercado, especialmente en los mercados digitales y en lo que comporta al comercio electrónico, que hoy para todos es una realidad a través de las cuales se están haciendo las mayores transacciones y las mayores operaciones en el planeta. Les deseo muchos éxitos, doctor Miranda, doctor Uribe, a la Asociación también de Derecho a la Competencia encargada de este evento, para que las discusiones sean fructíferas, por lo menos se vayan generando cada vez más preguntas que nos lleven a las reflexiones y nos permitan ya no pensar qué va a pasar, sino qué vamos a hacer de cara al futuro. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muy buenos días. Muchísimas gracias al Departamento de Derecho Económico, al doctor Uribe, por la organización no solo de la Semana del Departamento de Derecho Económico, sino todos estos eventos tan importantes. Para el beneficio de nuestros invitados de honor, me voy a dirigir a ustedes en inglés. Good morning, Christian. It is for us a great honor to have you here. This is a very important event for us. Your presence, the presence of Alexander Corderio, President of CAGI, and the presence of the Superintendents of Industry and Commerce here, Dr. John Marcos Torres, Dr. Herrera, Dr. Perez, welcome to the Javeriana University. It is very important for the university to have a very active contact with the authority, a very active contact with the practitioners and with our students in order to continue the development of the discussion of the competition law. I want to also welcome the presence of Dr. Felipe Serrano, the president of the Colombian Association of Competition Law, representing the practitioners of the competition law. I have been asked to make a framework for the discussions of this morning, of course, I know that Christian knows the history of Colombian competition law very well, but in any event, it's important to know where we come from and where we are, and what we see as the future. So this is what I am going to try to do in very few minutes, I hope. Our competition law comes from 1959 with Law 155. It was a very important law that came after the European Union Treaty, and brings a lot of aspects from the Sherman Act and taking the status of the art at the time, but it was not a law that was applied as in many of the Latin American countries because of the development model, the protectionist model that didn't allow for a very strong competition. But from there we go directly into the 1991 Constitution, where the competition law principle was embedded into the Constitution and established as a principle of our economy. It's an economic right. The free competition is a right of every person in Colombia. So after that inclusion in our 1991 Constitution, we have Decree 2153 of 1992 that is the current law in which we have the conduct, and it restructured the Superintendency of Industry and Commerce very much in the way that we see it today, with some modifications that have been introduced. Then, of course, Law 1340, that is a very important law of 2009, in which we created the Unified Authority for Competition Law in Colombia. The Superintendency of Industry and Commerce was before 2009 one of the competition authorities in Colombia. Together with the financial superintendents, together with the superintendents for public utilities, the television commission. There were many competition authorities. From 2009, we basically have one competition authority, which is something that the Center for Studies of Competition Law had promoted for many, many years, and we achieved that in 2009. Then we have some interesting laws, and of course, Law 1340 is very important because it introduced the leniency program, it created the sole authority, it increased the fines very importantly, and made a profundization in the competition advocacy policy, and it's a very, very important law. From there we go to one aspect that is important, and is the initiation, at least, of the criminalization of competition law in the anti-corruption statute that creates one anti-competitive conduct, which is bid rigging in public contracts or state contracts. That is a crime and is also an anti-competitive conduct. And this is, of course, a very important. It creates a lot of trouble, but it's an important moment for competition law. And the latest development, of course, is what John Marcos was explaining, which is the 2022 reform, which is very, very important. We have, and John Marcos explained it very well, we have Law 2195, which increased again the fines and created a new system for establishing the fines in Colombian competition law with a very high capacity of the authority to impose higher fines. No fine has been imposed under this law yet, because of course it's from 2022, but it creates a very, very important capacity for imposing fines. And then, of course, the modification of the leniency program, which is very important with very positive aspects for the protection of the leniency applicant, and a very interesting approach to try to foster and increase the ability of the authority to receive leniency applications. Hopefully, some of these rules will be beneficial for the leniency program. And the modification of the structure of the authority with the creation, and I think, in my opinion, it is the most important legacy of the superintendency that left, and the rules that were created in the modification of the 22 reform, and is the compliance. So in my opinion, the legacy of compliance in competition law is very important, because the authority not only promoted the creation of a technical norm from Icontec, the national entity that handles the technical norms, and now companies that want to have a competition compliance program that is officially accepted can apply to this technical norm 6378 of Icontec, that is in place since 2020. And this has been, as John Marcos explained, this has been accepted in the settlements, in the consent decrees by the superintendency. It has been accepted as part of the conditions in mergers, and so it's and the creation, of course, of the division of the superintendency that is led by Dr. Perez, who is here with us, for competition compliance. And this is a very important legacy. So there we are. And so where are we going? Or do we have a perfect system of competition law? We think not. We think that Colombian competition law needs some reforms, some additional reforms. We have had a very important and ascending route of our competition authority, but we of course think that there are some modifications that are important to improve the authority, to improve competition law, and to guarantee that this public policy will be applied in a better way in Colombia. So what we have been proposing for many years, and the Center for Studies of Competition Law issued a document on August 7th, 2018, and at the beginning of the previous government, saying which are the modifications, and some things have been achieved of this, but what we propose is a competition authority that is not unipersonal, but a commission. We propose that the competition authority should not be linked directly to the government, because today the Superintendent of Industry and Commerce is a public official that is appointed by the president and can be removed by the president. There's no period. There was, I think that you probably remember the last time that you were in Bogota, that we had this panel with Felipe also regarding the accession of Colombia to the OCDE. And there we discussed how in this decree that was created at the time of President Santos, they said the superintendent has a period, and this was inconstitutional. This was declared unconstitutional. And it was in reality a cosmetic measure that didn't really guarantee an institutional independence. We think that the competition authority has to be independent from the government because the public policy of competition is a very important public policy, and it should be a state policy, but not a governmental policy. So it's important that the superintendent doesn't depend from the president. That's important. So a commission or a collective authority, an independent authority, we think that it should be a specialized authority because the Superintendence of Industry and Commerce has been such an important and good and efficient authority that along the years, many things have been entrusted to the superintendency. So we have the competition authority for in all sectors of the economy for antitrust practices and unfair competition practices in an administrative infraction. We have the judicial capacity that has been entrusted to the Superintendency of Industry and Commerce, who can decide as a judge unfair competition cases and consumer protection cases. We have is the authority for intellectual property, is the authority for data protection, is the authority for metrology. So many functions. So we think better an authority dedicated to the antitrust and with no judicial capacity. The judicial capacity is possible in Colombia because of Article 116 of the Constitution. And it's a possibility. And this capacity was entrusted to the superintendency in the 90s as a measure for bringing efficiency to the judiciary because of the congestion of the courts. It was a measure to give to a specialized authority judicial capacity. But this judicial capacity is a different role from the role of the antitrust authority, who is an inquisitive administrative authority that conducts administrative investigations. And the role of the judge is a neutral role, and perhaps it would be better to leave this role to the judges. We also think that it's very important that there is independence between the investigation function and the decision function. In Colombia, there is no distance between the investigation and the decision, because the superintendent, the deputy superintendent for competition, is appointed by the superintendent of industry and commerce. The deputy superintendent opens the investigation, conducts the preliminary investigation, opens the investigation, decides on the evidence, carries out the evidence, and produces a recommendation to the superintendent whether to sanction or not to sanction. And in the past, and only until January of this year, was repealed a rule that we had in our law that said that the deputy superintendent would make the draft of the decision. And this, of course, shows that there is no distance between the investigation and the decision. So we think that as they have, for instance, in Chile, that the Fiscalía Nacional Económica, the only thing they can do is to accuse before a tribunal that is completely independent. In Colombia, we don't see that independence, and we think that it's, of course, very important that the companies that are defending themselves before the authority can have a difference between the investigation area of the authority and the decision area. And in Colombia, we don't have that. Also, there are other issues that we think are needed. For instance, our catalog of conducts is old because it comes from 1992. And in 1992, for instance, the vertical agreements were per se illegal in Europe and in the United States and everywhere. And later on, and that's the reason why in Colombia, our law says that the price fixing agreements are illegal, and it doesn't distinguish between horizontal and vertical. And so all are illegal, per se illegal. And this is a difficulty for the authority. The authority has made some interpretations. There is a line of cases in which it says, well, but I'm not going to open because it's vertical, but the prohibition is exactly the same for horizontal and for vertical. And of course, after 1992, in 1997, we had the case of Statol versus Barkat Khan, in which the vertical maximum price fixing was said to be analyzed under the rule of reason. And in 2007, the legging case, in which the court said that vertical minimum price fixing agreements had to be decided under the rule of reason. So these kind of things shows us that there are some things in the catalog of conducts that should be analyzed, and probably we should recognize the progress that has been made by the analysis of competition law in all the countries in the United States, in Europe, and in other Latin American countries, and refresh the conducts. And there are other things in the sense of creating a more an investigation that respects better due process and the right of defense of the companies that are investigated, especially now that we have this exorbitant and extraordinary finding capacity that the superintendency has, and in the face of the possibility of class actions that are starting to arise in Colombia, in the face of the possibility of criminal sanctions. So it's important to give to the procedure more guarantee, more possibility that this will make the decisions of the authority, of course, more sound and more mature, and will allow for a greater respect for the decisions of the superintendency, and will help to promote the competition law. So these are some of the things that we think that could be the center of the discussion in the future years. Of course, we are very enthusiastic to see what the government is going to say now, who they are going to appoint. The Colombian Association of Competition Law, led by Felipe, recently issued a communication to the government to say we are awaiting the decisions about the competition authority. It's very important. We know, of course, that the present authority is vibrant. They are conducting the cases. Dr. Herrera is very busy all the time. The authority is putting forward the cases, but in any event, it's important to have the new vision of the new government to see what's going to be of the competition law in Colombia. So this was, I think that I used almost all the time I had, and thank you very much. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here, Christian, and of course, Mr. Alexandre Corderio. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todos. Buenos días a la autoridad de competencia, el doctor Juan Pablo Herrera, a el doctor Alfonso Miranda, a Cristian Catona. Muy buenos días al doctor John Marcos, en representación de la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio. Para la Asociación Colombiana de Derecho de la Competencia es un placer estar acá en este evento que pretende, de acuerdo con la invitación del Departamento de Derecho Económico del doctor Uribe, debatir y dar un poco de ideas a la nueva o a la superintendencia entrante, basadas en lo que se ha construido y en lo que está por construir. Tenemos una nómina de lujo, empezando por supuesto por Cristian, a quien saludaré ahora en inglés, y a Alexandre Cordeiro, el presidente de la Autoridad Brasilera de Competencia, así como a muy reconocidos practicantes, y por supuesto también una conferencia del profesor Bill Kovacic, quien es expresidente de la FTC, de manera que Les doy las gracias a los asistentes, tanto quienes están en el auditorio como los que están conectados a través de YouTube, que son bastantes según los números que acabo de ver, y por supuesto al Departamento de Derecho Económico de la Universidad Javeriana. Christian, welcome. Thank you so much for attending this invitation. We're thrilled to have you here and to have a representative of the Computer and Communications Industry Association. Christian is one, as of today, I think one of the most important representatives in competition law internationally. We met at the OECD when I was at the SIC, and Christian served as representative of the international section of the FTC in several forums of discussions in competition law. And we are thrilled to have you here. We're very honored, and we hope this is one of the first collaborations we've had with you and with your team, Mariana, and now Colombian, who's working there as well. So we want to thank you again. Also, Alexandre Cordeiro, who has been leading the antitrust enforcement in Brazil for several years. And of course, the SIC for being here and its technical staff. So for the benefit of time, I will leave the floor to you, Christian. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending the event.
Thank you, y muy buenos días a todos. First, I'd like to thank the Javeriana University and very importantly, SEDEC, INCUDI, and the ACDC as well for putting this program together today. And in that regard, it really is it's an honor and a privilege for us, the Computer and Communications Industry Association, CCIA, to be able to co-sponsor this event with all of you. I think it's so important to kind of like have these types of exchanges and these types of debates on kind of like current and very important topics of competition and antitrust law. And I think it couldn't be more important than what we're actually seeing in the world these days, kind of like have a forum and have a debate about all the kind of like current and upcoming issues and challenges that we will have to be facing. It's also really a pleasure to be back here in person again. As Dr. Miranda mentioned, the last time I think I was here was 3 years ago when we had a program on the margins of Colombia exceeding the OECD, and I think it was a particularly important moment in that time. But I think, as we've also heard, it perhaps couldn't be a more important time now as well for competition and regulatory policy going forward, and kind of like to have a very important step back as well to see where we are and then where we are headed and going forward. And it's in that regard particularly great to see, you know, many familiar faces and friends here, as we've heard as well from, you know, Dr. Torres, Dr. Miranda, Dr. Serrano, and of course from the agency, Dr. Herrera, Dr. Perez as well. We just heard about the importance of the newly kind of like introduced measures regarding compliance, and of course Dr. Uribe, Dr. Pardo, and a number of others. So it's really a pleasure to be back here in person again and have this program with all of you together. I also wanted to mention it's particularly important for me and for us within CCI as well. As Dr. Serrano mentioned as well, a couple of months ago, I was able to kind of like, you know, hire Mariana Camacho Ordonez and CCIA. So she's, I think, very well known to many of you, and it's really a pleasure to have the opportunity to work with her. And I think in that regard, I just want to thank her again for much of the assistance with regard to today's program as well. But then just very briefly turning to today's topic and the discussion that we will have on kind of like international aspects of competition regulatory policy and where we are and what are the challenges and what we see going forward. I think what we really see is, you know, I've been doing antitrust for close to 18 years, and I think it perhaps hasn't been ever a time when antitrust and regulatory policy has been this prevalent or this present, you know, whether it's the news, whether it's kind of like hearing about particular enforcement actions, policy initiatives. We see a lot of new kind of like regulatory frameworks being proposed in a number of jurisdictions. And I think with that regard, it's really important that we have an opportunity to step back and reevaluate perhaps how those are coming along. What are kind of like the potential avenues and channels going forward, how they actually have been playing out, and show whatever initial results they have been producing. And in that regard, I think it's really important to get kind of like an international perspective, whether it's a benchmarking exercise, whether it's a discussion comparing notes from different jurisdictions. And I think it's very important for us to get the perspective of the agencies SIC here within Colombia. And I think I'm particularly grateful for the opportunity to have that discussion with the agency and also stakeholders and practitioners within Colombia as well, to hear kind of like what the perspectives are about these challenges and how kind of like the path moving forward kind of like can work out or play out. But I think it's also very important to put this into perspective regionally. And for that, in that regard, I think it's really a great opportunity for us, all of us, to have, Alexandre Corderio, CAGE's president from Brazil, present, and we will hear, from him as well, a Brazilian perspective, which I think is very important as we look at antitrust and regulatory policies in Latin America. But also, kind of like going more broad or globally, I think it's very important that we will have, as you see, I think a second panel that we will focus some of the international perspectives as well, bringing in some of the recent experience from the EU, from the UK. And of course, I will briefly talk about some of the recent US developments in that regard too. So before closing, I just wanted to kind of like make two very quick points that I always find very important when working, in Latin American countries, and in particular in Colombia here, I always feel this. One, and first and foremost, what I would call is kind of like Colombia's special responsibility. I think it's very important what we've also heard from Dr. Torres, for example, how, the OECD accession was a very important step for Colombia. And as we know, Colombia is one of the most recently acceded countries to the OECD. I think it was in 2019 or so. But also to put into perspective how the country can be a very important example for other jurisdictions and countries and economies in the region, and not only in the region, but worldwide. And I think for that particular exercise, it's so important to see what the Colombian agencies and, SIC have achieved, what has been the experience in enforcement, in policy, how they have addressed different issues and challenges that perhaps can be very important lessons for other jurisdictions that are being faced with the same type of concerns or the same types of challenges, and learn from all of that, that experience. And I think in that regard, Colombia can provide a very and extremely useful perspective and experience for many countries and jurisdictions and agencies, again, in the region, but worldwide as well. And then the other quick point that I just wanted to mention, I think as we think about how to address challenges in competition and regulatory policies, and this quickly changing market characteristics and market dynamics that we're all faced with, I think it couldn't be more important to underscore the importance of academic hubs and academic centers to kind of like create centers of excellence in that regard. And I think with regard to that, SEDEC and Javeriana University really is one of the prime examples, working on competition issues now for decades. And it really has been a leading voice in providing, benchmarking and also a summary of experiences, but also potentially proposals going forward, kind of like best lessons or best practices moving forward. So I just want to underscore again the importance of SEDEC and Javier in that regard, and it really is a pleasure to be able to work, with the organizations, with ACDC, and then, for CCIA as well, to be able to have this opportunity. Just very briefly, CCIA, the Computer and Communications Industry Association, was established 50 years ago in 1972, and it has been like leading voice in tech policy debates since then. And the focus really has been open markets, open systems, and open networks. And because of that, I'm particularly grateful for the opportunity to be able to collaborate on this particular program. But I also am very hopeful that this is kind of like one of many future potential opportunities to collaborate and work together on these important issues. So with that, I look forward very much to our two panel discussions, and thank you so much again. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for these welcoming and opening remarks to this important event. For this first panel, the It's going to be about current competition, consumer protection, and data privacy issues in a changing economy. I would like to welcome Dr. María Carolina Corcione. She's a lawyer from Universidad Externado de Colombia, master's in private law from the University of Roma Tor Vergata, and the specialized courses for Secretary of the Arbitration Court of the Bogota Chamber of Commerce. She's a professor in consumer protection law and product safety at the Universidad Externado de Colombia, and in the Superintendency of Industry and Commerce, she has held positions of lawyer of the Office of the Delegate Superintendent for Consumer Protection, Director of Consumer Protection Investigations, and Delegate Superintendent for Consumer Protection. I would also like to welcome Dr. Juan Pablo Herrera, who is an economist from the Universidad Nacional de Colombia with experience in teaching microeconomics, competition economics, industrial organization, and general equilibrium at different universities, including the Universidad Nacional, Universidad Externado de Colombia, and Pontificia Universidad Javeriana. He has directing and advisory experience in public sector, and he is currently the Deputy Superintendent for the Protection of Competition. I would also like to welcome Dr. Felipe Serrano, who just spoke to us previously. He is a lawyer and a specialist in commercial law from the Javeriana University, a specialist in contentious administrative law from Externado University, master's in law and competition law from the University of New York, and master's in public policy from the University of Oxford. Between 2012 and 2015, he was chief advisor for the Superintendent of Industry and Commerce, lawyer in the litigation department of several Colombian firms, and he has general secretary, and he worked as secretary and investigator of the Private Competitiveness Council. He teaches competition law issues in postgraduate programs at Universidad de los Andes, Javeriana, and Externado. He is currently a partner in Serrano Martinez firm, concentrating his practice in the areas of competition law and corporate litigation. He's a lawyer admitted in Colombia and the state of New York. I would also like to welcome José Alejandro Bermúdez, who is a lawyer, Dr. José Alejandro Bermúdez, who is a lawyer from the Universidad de los Andes, postgraduate in publishing from the Universidad Pompeu Fabra, postgraduate in competition law and intellectual property law from ESADE Business and Law School. In the Superintendency of Industry and Commerce, he held the positions of advisor to the superintendent and delegate superintendent for the protection of personal data. He was director of for Latin America at NIMITY, and he's currently an advisor for LATAM at the Center for Information Policy Leadership and founding partner of Bermúdez Durán Abogados. And finally, I would like to welcome Dr. Carlos Andrés Uribe, who is a lawyer and a specialist in finance from the Pontificia Universidad Bolivariana, has various courses of advanced studies in consumer protection and contractual transformations and in patrimonial law, and Doctor of Law and European Doctor PhD from the University of Salamanca. He's the director of the Department of Economic Law of this university and the director of the master's degree in economic law, as well as professor of economic law and competition law, who he taught me personally of the same university. Thank you very much, and the space is yours.
Bueno, de nuevo, un saludo para todos. Para mí es un gusto moderar este panel con líderes en cada una de las áreas que la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio, o algunas de las áreas que la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio tiene a su cargo, y por supuesto compartir panel con el doctor Juan Pablo Herrera, quien es el superintendente delegado para la protección de la competencia. Este panel la universidad lo programó, el departamento lo programó en español, de manera que lo vamos a hacer en español. Tenemos un reto bastante grande y es que vamos a hablar de muchos temas sobre política de competencia, sobre política de protección al consumidor y sobre política de protección de datos. Entonces, dado que el propósito fundamental o uno de los propósitos fundamentales de este ejercicio es, de acuerdo con el departamento, que debatamos sobre lo que se ha construido y lo que está por construir en cada una de las áreas que están aquí representadas: protección de la competencia, protección de datos y protección al consumidor. Vamos a dividir este panel en dos.
Primero vamos a hablar sobre qué aspectos en cada una de las funciones en que la superintendencia ejerce actividades de función, vigilancia y control dentro de la autoridad, por supuesto, y en Colombia, se puede trabajar, construir sobre lo construido, qué se ha hecho bien, qué cosas se pueden mejorar, de tal manera que eso sirva para que la administración entrante, que muy seguramente tendrá una continuidad con muchos de sus funcionarios, pues pueda recoger como algunas ideas, puesto muy respetuosas, para la mejora de la actividad de función, la función, perdón, de inspección, vigilancia y control en cada una de las áreas de consumidor, competencia y protección de datos. Entonces, vamos a hablar primero de esas oportunidades, digamos, de mejora, de qué se ha hecho, de qué se puede seguir construyendo, no solamente en reforma de ley, sino sobre todo con las normas que hay hoy. Es decir, con las normas que hay hoy, ¿qué se viene haciendo bien? ¿Qué se puede, diríamos, mejorar o dónde hay una oportunidad de mejora? ¿Y cómo se puede eso ver reflejado en la nueva, digamos, administración que tenga a su cargo la dirección de la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio? Y vamos a hacer una segunda ronda de debate sobre cuáles son esos aspectos relevantes en materia de mercados digitales en cada una de las áreas que están acá representadas: competencia, consumidor y protección de datos. Como este es un auditorio muy heterogéneo, hay practicantes, hay estudiantes, a mí me gustaría mucho que en las intervenciones pudiéramos, digamos, partir de lo más básico, si es que consideran alguna mención sea relevante para los estudiantes que están acá, que de pronto pues no tienen alguna experiencia en protección de datos o protección al consumidor, y que a partir de ahí pues vayamos construyendo. De manera que les doy la bienvenida. Para mí es un gusto estar con ustedes, que como dije al inicio, pues son líderes en sus áreas de práctica. Y quisiera empezar con el doctor Uribe, y digamos, quisiera empezar analizando o discutiendo qué aspectos del régimen de protección de la competencia en Colombia son susceptibles, digamos, de mejora, o son susceptibles de ajuste con las normas que hay actualmente. Le doy primero la palabra, doctor Herrera, al doctor Uribe, para que usted tenga la oportunidad de ripostar, digamos, si es que hay alguna cosa que ya se esté haciendo, y de esa manera empezar a mandar un mensaje de construir sobre lo construido, sin perjuicio, por supuesto, de los debates, digamos, de modificación de ley que, por supuesto, se van a dar más adelante durante el día. De manera, doctor Uribe, que quisiera que usted arrancara con esa mención a las políticas públicas que son susceptibles, digamos, de implementación y mejora para la administración entrante.
Muchas gracias, doctor Felipe. En primer lugar, pues agradecer la presencia de este panel y empezar por unos elementos básicos. Nuestro derecho a la competencia ha progresado mucho desde el año 1992 a hoy, para no irnos pues hasta el 59. Ese desarrollo básicamente se ha consolidado en crear una cultura de competencia, en que las empresas, los agentes económicos puedan entender que efectivamente existe un derecho a la competencia y que deben cumplir con él. Yo creo que ahí hay un éxito muy importante. Ahora, fruto de ese desarrollo, Colombia ha tenido paralelamente otro tipo de situaciones, y uno es, por ejemplo, reconocer que ese derecho a la competencia tenía que madurar, y madurar en capacidad sancionatoria. Y esto nos ha llevado a otros diálogos, por ejemplo, el ingreso de Colombia en la OCDE. Eso ha sido muy importante. Ahora, uno podría señalar 3 puntos, uno institucional, uno en materia de prácticas y otro en materia de abogacía de la competencia, promoción de la competencia. Vamos a referir entonces como a esos 3 puntos. En materia institucional, lo primero que señalaría es la necesidad, como en investigaciones, que la investigación sea independiente. Y aquí hay un punto para mí importante, y es que la misma delegatura sea concebida como un agente que no tiene ninguna interferencia, que sus actividades son transparentes. Y la organización, ya nos lo contaba también el doctor Miranda, es que la posibilidad de un superintendente que, por ejemplo, supongamos el caso de medidas cautelares. El superintendente toma las medidas cautelares y eso implica que conozca el caso antes de que se investigue. Ese punto nos lleva a que hay un fenómeno donde la superintendencia tiene como dos instancias para el conocimiento de los casos y tomar esas decisiones de conceder unas medidas cautelares o establecer unas medidas cautelares, pues implica que hay una relación entre quien va a tomar una decisión final y quien va a adelantar la investigación. Y eso puede generar una carga para quien desarrolla la investigación. Y es que al mismo tiempo ya hay unas medidas cautelares que seguro pues son acordadas, seguro son revisadas previamente, pero el punto es que hay una comunicación del procedimiento. Otro de los aspectos que para mí generan esa importancia es en materia del desarrollo específico de las investigaciones. Y es que mientras no exista una separación absoluta, es decir, que las investigaciones tengan un corte final, que el delegado no sea nombrado por el superintendente, que en esa relación institucional, pues en muchos lugares coincidirán y por lo tanto entonces la posibilidad de que exista mensajes o que exista una potencial intervención, pues limita o por lo menos no da la visión de esa completa independencia. Y eso es importante para el avance de la autoridad. Ahora, otro de los aspectos que me atrevería a señalar en este punto es la independencia en fases anteriores. Antes de adelantar la investigación, hay una etapa preliminar. Esa etapa preliminar, como no se sabe, no hay investigados, no hay sujetos a quien imputar, pues no es claro cuál es la incidencia tampoco que pueda tener el superintendente sobre lo que está pasando en un procedimiento que todavía no es conocido para nadie. Y ese punto, como no tiene un límite en el tiempo, no está, o las personas no pueden tampoco aportar al desarrollo de estas etapas, de forma libre me refiero, es conocer un poco qué es lo que está pasando para darle más luces a la autoridad, pues se vuelve algo interno. Y frente a esa independencia, entonces la posible participación también de lo que le pueda llegar al propio superintendente de Industria y Comercio en las reuniones, por ejemplo, de ministerios o donde pues se encuentre llamado el superintendente de Industria y Comercio para dar datos de qué es lo que está pasando. Bueno, eso por un lado. En materia de protección de la competencia, lo llamaría a dos puntos. La OCDE varias veces ya pues, ha señalado la importancia de clarificar algunas de las tipologías. En materia de tipologías tenemos un catálogo de conductas que en muchos casos no diferencia para nada algo horizontal o vertical y las consecuencias no solo del lenguaje, sino del contenido de lo que se va a investigar. Es decir, si ciertas conductas que son verticales, el objeto del comportamiento es suficiente o no, o si se requiere probar efectos. Entonces, claro, en la medida en que no sea muy claro la diferencia entre determinadas conductas que se requiere algo más de la autoridad y aquellas que no, pues en determinados casos la interpretación puede variar bastante y eso es una carga para la autoridad al mismo tiempo mantener esa consistencia sobre cuál es el estándar probatorio que debería requerir cada caso. Ahora, otro de los aspectos que la OCDE ha recomendado es cierta mixtura de conductas, por ejemplo, la de los actos en materia de protección del consumidor, la violación de normas de publicidad establecidas en el Estatuto del Consumidor con una práctica restrictiva. Pues si bien cada una tiene tal vez un bien jurídico separado, pero el estándar también de prueba, y lo ha establecido la superintendencia, debe ser distinto. Pero entonces la pregunta es si todo ese régimen que se aplica para ese mismo elemento aplicaría para todos los actos restrictivos de la competencia. Y puede que no en igual grado, porque puede ser distinto entonces influenciar a una empresa para que incremente los precios que la publicidad, porque es que ese ya está también reprimido por otro ordenamiento jurídico. Eso nos lleva entonces a esa idea de establecer esas diferencias o esos catálogos, de pronto un catálogo de conductas que sea más inteligible para los destinatarios de las normas. Y en materia pues, de protección de la competencia, también me atrevería a señalar el link. Se vincula ahora cada vez más, es una visión del régimen de libre competencia como un régimen de corrupción. Y para el caso colombiano es muy difícil establecer ese link si solamente vamos a considerar, por ejemplo, las medidas, es decir, la capacidad sancionatoria entra en esta, por la 2195, como un soporte a la corrupción, pero el punto es que esas medidas sancionatorias caben también para competencia desleal y no todas las conductas de libre competencia se tiene que probar algún elemento de corrupción o que estén destinados a la corrupción. Entonces lo que genera es un estándar muy alto para la capacidad sancionatoria para todas las conductas del régimen de libre competencia. Y además me atrevería a señalar, aún en aquellos casos, por ejemplo, relacionados con el artículo 47.9, que es colusión en licitaciones, tampoco la superintendencia tiene que probar la existencia de una corrupción. Es decir, el hecho de que haya una afectación a un principio de transparencia o un principio de independencia, pues puede ser suficiente, pero eso no lo puede traducir uno directamente que es un acto de corrupción. No en todos los casos de colusión en licitaciones será un acto de corrupción, pero sí puede haber restricción a la competencia. Y ese es el objetivo de la autoridad. O sea que de pronto vincular los dos regímenes a una misma visión de corrupción, no sé si le hace bien a la autoridad de competencia, porque la puede convertir más en la búsqueda o en un brazo para otras instituciones como la Procuraduría, la Contraloría, la Fiscalía, casi como una policía judicial que les aliviane de pronto otras cargas que tienen estas autoridades. Y preocupa ese dominio que se pueda tener sobre la autoridad y por lo tanto restar esa independencia. Y por último, simplemente en promoción de la competencia. En promoción de la competencia creo que es una de las actividades más bonitas que tiene la autoridad. En primer lugar, lo señalo es porque la mayoría de restricciones en el mercado, pues o por lo menos así lo destacan los informes también de la OCDE y de el Departamento de Planeación Nacional, es que provienen del mismo Estado. Es decir, el mismo Estado genera unas barreras muy altas y además otro genera o favorece o tiene la oportunidad de favorecer ciertas industrias del Estado. Entonces, claro, ¿por qué? Porque se encuentran adjuntas a determinados ministerios. Los ministerios no solo dirigen administrativamente, sino que en ciertos casos también tienen capacidad regulatoria y por lo tanto se pueden generar ese tipo de distorsiones. Entonces, para que la abogacía tenga ese espíritu de producir los efectos, creo que el término de 10 días para pronunciarse de la superintendencia termina siendo algo, pues, acéptenlo estos términos, muy pobre. Primero porque es que la regulación no es un instrumento inmediato. La regulación se quiere es que, pues salvo casos extremos como lo que vimos del COVID, pero por lo general la regulación lo que se quiere es que dure, o que dure por lo menos para el fenómeno que se quiere atacar. Y 10 días para una autoridad de competencia cuando por lo general las mismas regulaciones no tienen actividades o proyección de impacto regulatorio en materia de libre competencia, sino que básicamente le encargan es a la propia entidad, a la propia superintendencia que en 10 días evalúe todo lo que pueda, pues básicamente va a tener la información que le entregue la misma autoridad sin ese insumo de ya haber adelantado una proyección de impacto regulatorio. Y por otro, tampoco puede convocar entonces a todos los interesados a tener una discusión nada más sobre el campo de competencia para entender mejor las recomendaciones. Esto pues va a generar igual un límite al impacto o beneficio que pueda generar la superintendencia sobre abogacía de la competencia. Creo que esos son los elementos que destacaría en este momento. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Carlos. Digamos que Carlos toma o hace reflexiones en dos frentes. Uno que podría ser susceptible, digamos, de modificación legal, ¿correcto? Referente más a esa estructura organizacional de la superintendencia, de quién depende el superintendente, si hay independencia entre quien investigue y quien juzga, que digamos salen de la órbita de lo que uno, al no ser Congreso, podría hacer, y otras preguntas ya más, digamos, encaminadas a la interpretación de ciertas normas o las prioridades de la autoridad frente a ciertas actuaciones o la forma en que entiende el derecho de la competencia, por ejemplo, en el caso de la colusión en licitaciones. Yo, doctor Herrera, quisiera que usted nos contara, digamos, ya usted tiene vasta experiencia en la superintendencia, en distintos cargos, unos económicos, otros más de ejecución de la ley, como la Delegatura de Protección de la Competencia. Y yo quisiera un poco que usted nos hablara de esa experiencia suya y de qué ve usted como economista, además, que se podría mejorar desde el punto de vista de investigación en la superintendencia, que es su cargo principal hoy en día. Me refiero a cosas que no tienen que ver con la ley, sino más con la manera en que se estructuran los casos. Yo, por ejemplo, he dicho en varios escenarios que uno de las críticas que se le ha hecho a la super tradicionalmente, desde hace muchísimos años, es que imputa cargos a los investigados y cita algunas pruebas, pero deja, diríamos, lo que algunos llaman una piscina de pruebas que después van apareciendo en las investigaciones. Esto no es solamente aplicable, digamos, a la protección de la competencia, sino en materia de protección al consumidor, en materia de protección de datos, y ha sido así desde que yo tengo memoria. Entonces yo he dicho, oiga, ¿por qué no, desde el punto de vista de case handling, ¿por qué no coger todo lo que está ahí en la imputación, hacer una lista de pruebas como los anexos que uno pone cuando redacta una demanda y lo demás lo destruye o desglosa el expediente y el expediente se va así, en 3 o 4 carpetas, que es lo que traba un poquito la litis si uno lo hablara desde el punto de vista litigioso, cosa que, digamos, no solucionaría otras peticiones de algunos practicantes, digamos, en independencia, etcétera, pero sí solucionaría algunas, digamos, objeciones que se tienen frente a la investigación. Otra, la de esa reserva de la etapa preliminar, que por supuesto tiene un sentido, y es que si la autoridad está investigando, pues quiere un factor sorpresa, pero cuando ya el factor sorpresa se levantó, yo no entiendo por qué, esto ha sido así, no en esta administración, sino siempre, incluso cuando yo estaba en la super, ¿por qué no se le dice al investigado, oiga, es que o lo estamos visitando a usted porque estamos mirando si usted posiblemente cometió una práctica? Ya le hicimos la visita administrativa, si estábamos preocupados por la sorpresa, pues ya la sorpresa se levantó. Entonces, ¿por qué no decirle a la persona, oiga, lo estamos visitando por X, Y o Z? O si la actuación se cierra, al visitado le dicen, oiga, la actuación por la cual lo visitamos se cerró, ¿cierto? Para que usted no lo llame la persona visitada y le diga, oiga, doctor Uribe, ¿será que eso en qué quedó? No, pues no sabemos, porque como la conducta es continuada, entonces puede que a los 10 años usted vuelvan y lo visitan y lo llaman. En fin, un poquito la reflexión va, y la pregunta más bien va a qué cosas cree usted, cuál ha sido su experiencia frente a eso y qué cosas cree usted que se pueden ajustar hoy con lo que se tiene desde la delegatura.
Pues doctor Serrano, muchísimas gracias por la pregunta. Doctor Uribe, mil gracias por esa invitación. Al doctor Miranda también, pues un saludo muy especial, y a todos los amigos, colegas, abogados y colegas economistas que están acompañándonos en esta reunión. Y cuando digo colegas, sí, creo que soy el único economista seguramente en esta área, no sé, pero pues un saludo muy especial a todas las personas que les interesa este tema y que seguramente ven una oportunidad para poder avanzar en un debate académico y desde el punto de vista propositivo de lo que significa el futuro de la autoridad de competencia. Yo iniciaría refiriéndome a 2 o 3 puntos de la interesante exposición del doctor Uribe. Tal vez lo primero que yo entraría a enfatizar es que en la organización institucional que normativamente hoy le impone a la superintendencia lo que es la delegatura y lo que es el despacho, me parece que hay transparencia. Me parece que lo que se ha intentado hacer, contrario a una percepción que se puede tener desde fuera, es que la autoridad de competencia ha avanzado de una manera muy importante en garantizar canales para poder contar qué y cómo está haciendo todas y cada una de las cosas. Si bien, como muy bien lo señalábamos, hay un marco normativo bastante rígido que identifica una serie de etapas dentro del procedimiento y, como muy bien lo señalaba el doctor Serrano, se establece una reserva en la etapa inicial por una razonabilidad legítima de garantizar que la autoridad de competencia tenga la posibilidad de hacer visitas administrativas de inspección, hacer requerimientos y empezar a ordenar un rompecabezas que permita delimitar y acotar cuál podría llegar a ser la presunta práctica anticompetitiva si existiera, o si por el contrario, después de haber hecho la revisión, concluye que finalmente no hay mérito para poder seguir avanzando. Lo cierto es que en cada una de las etapas del procedimiento administrativo, con la producción de cada una de las resoluciones, hay un análisis juicioso, riguroso en la parte motiva de la resolución que finalmente soporta lo que es cada una de las decisiones. Y lo digo desde la primera etapa, desde la etapa en la cual se devela el expediente en donde la autoridad de competencia formula un pliego de cargos y abre una investigación. Y justamente ahí yo creo que la pregunta del doctor Felipe Serrano resulta ser muy importante y es ¿qué sucedería y por qué no la autoridad de competencia debería tomar solamente las piezas que en la identificación de la conducta tuvo en cuenta y todo lo demás lo elimina y lo desecha? Pues seguramente yo creo que aquí hay una discusión muy interesante de lo que significa la valoración integral de las pruebas y la posibilidad tanto para la autoridad de competencia por los investigados en el marco del desarrollo de la etapa de pruebas, de presentar, por supuesto, en esos descargos solicitudes cada vez más interesantes de lo que significaría identificar qué puede llegar a ser relevante como prueba dentro del proceso administrativo. Me parece muy importante reconocer que, pues, en cuestiones de prácticas restrictivas de la competencia, no estamos hablando de 2 o 3 carpetas en materia de libre competencia. Estamos hablando de varios cientos de teras de información o decenas de teras de información que muchas veces se tienen que recabar y eso le genera una carga muy importante a la autoridad de competencia. Algo muy importante para tener en cuenta aquí es que si uno quisiera desde la perspectiva económica, doctor Felipe, hablar de asimetría de información, quizás es la autoridad de competencia la que en un primer momento menos información tiene de la presunta práctica anticompetitiva. Y esa es la razón por la cual, pues finalmente, la labor de poder recabar de una manera adecuada todo el compendio probatorio terminará siendo muy importante para poder avanzar en la identificación de la conducta. Y por supuesto, perder algún elemento probatorio eliminándolo, habiendo identificado taxativamente lo que significaría cada una de las pruebas contenidas en la apertura, podría generarle un riesgo mayúsculo a la identificación de una responsabilidad en el marco de la práctica de pruebas que puede tener la autoridad de competencia. Lo segundo que me parece muy importante reconocer es que en lo que versa sobre el ofrecimiento de garantías, y eso me lleva también a pensar entre la función de decisoria y la función de instrucción en materia de prácticas restrictivas de la competencia, el despacho lo que hace es pronunciarse sobre una apertura y una resolución de pliego de cargos. Eso significará que, pues, básicamente el gran reto que tiene el despacho en el ofrecimiento de garantías es hacer una valoración de qué fue lo que encontró preliminarmente en esa formulación de pliego de cargos la autoridad de competencia desde la instrucción. Y sin necesidad de ir a detallar minuciosamente todos y cada uno de los aspectos concernientes al expediente, revisar lo que significa el ofrecimiento que el investigado le está presentando. Por supuesto, la carga del investigado será justificar que lo que está aportando va mucho más allá de las conductas que definitivamente podrían llegar a estarse investigando de cara a restablecer algo muy importante y es el interés general. Cuando por primera vez yo llegué a la autoridad de competencia y revisaba lo que era la figura de garantías, decía, pues este marco tendría un carácter de ser absolutamente discrecional. Desde afuera lo veía de esa manera. Pero cuando entro a revisar lo que significa la prontitud de la capacidad que se puede tener para restaurar una posible falla de mercado, una posible situación derivada de una presunta conducta anticompetitiva, pues creo que finalmente, y como muy bien lo señalaban al inicio de este panel, lo más importante es garantizar que los mercados funcionen eficientemente, que se proteja el bienestar de los consumidores y que se garantice libre participación de las empresas en el mercado en ese tipo de situaciones. Así pues que, digamos, cerrar la puerta de plano a esa figura de garantías creo que no sería adecuado y hoy lo vemos en muchas jurisdicciones en el mundo, que una terminación anticipada de una investigación por prácticas restrictivas de la competencia cuando se trata de generar una corrección estructural en el mercado deberá siempre tenerse como un elemento muy importante. Con esas consideraciones, permítanme avanzar en lo que, pues, 4 o 5 minutos, doctor Felipe, por favor, tenía preparado para presentarles. Yo creo que la autoridad de competencia hoy, como muy bien lo señalaba el doctor Piedrahita, el doctor Uribe, es un resultado muy interesante de una evolución de muchos años de trabajo. O sea, sin duda alguna, no es la autoridad de competencia resultante de un esfuerzo de los últimos 4 años, es el resultado de un esfuerzo de décadas de trabajo, en donde ha venido madurando
cada vez más posiciones muy importantes en materia de adopción de buenas prácticas y de herramientas. Y en esa medida, creo que se ha dado cuenta que la posibilidad y la necesidad de seguir trabajando para tener más y mejores herramientas de tal suerte que de manera oficiosa pueda seguir detectando posibles prácticas anticompetitivas es fundamental. La elaboración de estudios económicos. Elaboración de estudios económicos, sin duda alguna, y lo mencionábamos en un panel que teníamos la semana pasada, es una herramienta poderosísima. Hace unos años era una disrupción. Hoy es el día a día que una autoridad de competencia debe realizar para la identificación de posibles prácticas anticompetitivas. La adopción de herramientas de analítica de datos para poder detectar posibles problemas en la contratación pública. Lo decía el doctor Torres en su intervención. Absolutamente importante para poder optimizar. Y hoy creo yo que hemos dado unos pasos muy importantes al interior de la autoridad de competencia diciendo estamos logrando decantar herramientas muy importantes para empezar a revisar de manera muy rápida lo que significa el sistema de compras públicas, SECOP 2 e incluso SECOP 1 con una herramienta como la que ya hoy tenemos. La herramienta Sabueso es una herramienta que creo que le puede dar también luces muy importantes en materia de comercio electrónico a la autoridad de competencia y es una herramienta que ya está siendo trabajada. De hecho, esta herramienta de Sherlock que se desarrolló utilizando unas buenas prácticas que de Calle había formulado, Alexandre, a partir del proyecto Cerebro. Y yo creo que parte de lo que hemos querido hacer es emular esas buenas prácticas que tiene Brasil, tomando algunas herramientas de la Autoridad de Competencia danesa y la Autoridad de Competencia de Sudáfrica y decir, vamos a seguir trabajando en esa detección cada vez más efectiva y eficiente en materia de posibles prácticas anticompetitivas. Entonces, en el primer elemento, creo que hay unos grandes logros relevantes desde el punto de vista de acuñar qué hemos aprendido como autoridad de competencia y en qué vamos utilizando herramienta analítica de datos. Un segundo tema muy importante también es poder avanzar en la utilización de las mejores herramientas de tecnología de información para el manejo de expediente. Y yo creo que si ponemos un espejo retrovisor y nos vamos a hace, no sé, 10 años o seguramente 8 años, y vemos hoy lo que es la autoridad de competencia del manejo de expedientes, hemos logrado algo muy importante y es poder tener en nube la totalidad de los expedientes que hoy se encuentran en investigación. Yo creo que eso, pues para quienes están sentados y son de la generación nueva, pues dirán como, pues eso es lo obvio, tener todo en nube, pero lograr ese proceso desde el punto de vista administrativo ha sido un reto muy importante de todo un equipo de trabajo que se ha puesto la camiseta y ha empezado a trabajar juiciosamente con la Oficina de Tecnología e Informática para poder lograr ese tema. Un siguiente elemento que tiene que ver con lo normativo. Yo creo que el país está migrando a un programa de beneficios por colaboración que podríamos denotarlo 2.0. Ese artículo 66 de la ley 2195 establece una actualización del programa de beneficios por colaboración y creo que con muy buen tino, la manera como quedó escrito ese decreto 253 del 2022 establece unos criterios muy importantes para poder diferenciar algo fundamental. Y es que no es lo mismo un potencial delator que se presente y solicite marcador antes de la apertura de investigación a un posible delator que se presente una vez ya se ha formulado el pliego de cargos. Las exoneraciones deben ser completamente distintas y de lo que se trata es de generar incentivos para que las empresas acudan rápidamente a la autoridad de competencia a avanzar y delatar. Yo creo que algo también muy importante en lo que se ha avanzado en ese decreto ha sido la reserva de la información, la reserva de la identidad, que termina siendo un elemento garante de quién es ese delator, protegido durante todo el proceso hasta que se tome la decisión administrativa definitiva. Y yo creo que ahí estamos mandando señales muy importantes como sociedad para poder incentivar ese programa de beneficios por colaboración. Programa que entre otras cosas en muchas partes del mundo ha venido con una tendencia decreciente. Cuando uno mira las estadísticas de la OCDE que recientemente publican, la tendencia del número de delatores en el mundo ha venido bajando y esto ha impuesto unos enormes desafíos para la autoridad de competencia de cada una de las jurisdicciones preguntándose qué hacemos. Pues bien, creo que la autoridad de competencia ahí ha avanzado de una manera muy importante.
Crear cultura de libre competencia implica enforcement. Y yo creo que pues, los resultados de los últimos 4 años muestran una capacidad sancionatoria muy importante de no menos de 672.000 millones de pesos por 37 informes motivados, perdón, 37 aperturas de investigación, 41 informes motivados generados, y pues creo que dan cuenta de una decisión muy importante de la autoridad de competencia, tanto de la instrucción como de la etapa decisoria avanzando en este frente. Pero hay algo muy importante, y yo sé que esto pues genera controversia en este panel. Se ha avanzado muchísimo en discusiones sobre la independencia que debe existir entre quien decide e instruye. Y yo, desde la visión de economista, doctor Uribe, a veces me pregunto, bueno, ¿y si uno va a la Contraloría, y uno va a la Procuraduría, y uno va a los órganos de control en donde se están haciendo etapas de instrucción y etapas de decisión en la misma entidad? Pues creo que ese debate nunca lo hemos dado y sí lo estamos dando en libre competencia. Un poco para pensar que sí, pues seguramente con unos recursos y un presupuesto general de la nación similar al de Suiza, Dinamarca, Finlandia, pues sería interesante pensar en 2 entidades completamente distintas. Pero ante la austeridad del gasto y unas situaciones tan complejas desde el entorno de marco fiscal de mediano y largo plazo en Colombia, quizás abrir el debate sobre escindir 2 y formar 2 entidades del Estado completamente distintas, instruyendo y decidiendo, resulta retador. Me parecería a mí que el debate más importante en el corto plazo es mirar cuáles deberían ser todos los controles idóneos que se pueden garantizar para seguir trabajando en esa muralla china que debe existir entre la decisión y quien hace la instrucción. Y yo creo que ahí ha habido enormes esfuerzos. Si ustedes revisan históricamente lo que ha pasado en estos 4 años entre lo que han sido informes motivados y decisiones sancionatorias, encontrarán en muchos casos, y aquí los asesores del despacho me podrán dar fe de ello, que pues hemos tenido serísimas diferencias en muchos puntos y pues el despacho se ha apartado en muchos casos de recomendaciones que hace la delegatura. El trabajo es justamente eso, el trabajo tiene que ser un trabajo de confrontar ideas, de tomar decisiones a partir de unas 2 instancias claramente definidas con un cuerpo colegiado que finalmente acompaña la decisión del superintendente y da una recomendación para que el responsable de la decisión unipersonal, una vez ha generado un consenso y una socialización y ha escuchado a un consejo asesor que pues, se ha reunido precisamente para poder dar una recomendación, toma una decisión que entre otras cosas en términos de accountability termina siendo muy importante. O sea, ¿qué mejor para la sociedad? Y de esta perspectiva la pongo en la discusión, tener a un doliente de quien es el responsable de la decisión en materia de libre competencia, habiéndose surtido un proceso en donde el debido derecho, el derecho del debido proceso y el derecho de defensa se les ha respetado a todos los agentes. Creo que pues, el debate justamente está ahí y hay que seguir trabajando. En materia de abogacía de la competencia, se ha trabajado de una manera muy importante y seguramente uno como ciudadano no es tan consciente de ese esfuerzo tan importante que se le ha impuesto en la delegatura a esa función. Nuestros conceptos en promedio estaban entre 39 y 41 conceptos año. El año pasado logramos producir 75 conceptos. Adelantamos esta adecuación de la autoridad de competencia de cara a una función de oficio que el artículo 146 de la ley 1955 nos impuso. Y hoy, pues con herramientas de analítica de datos, monitoreamos a no menos de 56 entidades del Estado y esperamos terminar este mes con 72 y cerrar el año con las 75 que hemos identificado son las autoridades claves, con bots que permanentemente nos están dando alertas. 10 días, sí, 10 días es un tiempo retadorcísimo, doctor Uribe, pero cuando nos preguntamos qué tan efectivo es la labor que estamos haciendo, nos damos cuenta que en no menos del 74% de los casos, los reguladores hoy están acogiendo las recomendaciones que de una manera muy sucinta estamos presentando. Yo creo que aquí hay una invitación muy importante a quienes quieran conocer esta figura, asistan al sistema de información de competencia y se den cuenta cómo estas decisiones quedan completamente, estas recomendaciones quedan completamente diferenciadas entre la recomendación y todos los estudios que motivan esa decisión. Si a nosotros nos dieran un espacio desde el punto de vista normativo de tener más tiempo, seguramente podríamos hacer más cosas. Pero lo que quiero señalar es que a hoy, con los tiempos y con las normas que tenemos, creo que se ha hecho un extraordinario trabajo sobre el tema. ¿Qué debería hacerse? Abogacía de la competencia futuro, ojalá desde el punto de vista de órganos reguladores locales. El decreto 2897 limita la facultad para podernos concentrar únicamente a nivel gobierno nacional, pero somos muy conscientes que a nivel local hay cosas muy importantes que pueden afectar la competencia. ¿Qué sería también interesante? El año pasado ganamos un reconocimiento en el ICN como con una iniciativa muy interesante que fue medirnos en autoridad de competencia en qué tan efectivo estaba haciendo nuestra abogacía en cuanto a, ojo, cómo el regulador está acogiendo esas recomendaciones. Ahora, lo que sería interesante a futuro sería ver esos reguladores que están implementando esa regulación, qué tan efectiva fue la regulación ya implementada de cara a la recomendación que se dio en la práctica. Y yo creo que ahí hay un espacio supremamente importante. Y por último, creería yo que hay que continuar fortaleciendo la estructura organizacional de la superintendencia en esta dirección que ya quienes me han antecedido en el uso de la palabra lo han mencionado, una dirección de cumplimiento que tiene unos enormes retos. La planeación de cumplimiento, incluso me atrevería a proponer en este panel que el cumplimiento a futuro no debe concentrarse únicamente en aspectos de libre competencia. Yo creo que el compliance en temas de privacidad de datos, en temas de protección al consumidor, debería poderse extender. Pero por ahora, como lo tenemos planteado, yo creo que el reto sí es seguir trabajando muy juiciosamente en fortalecer esa capacidad, no solamente de monitoreo de los condicionamientos y las garantías ofrecidas para la terminación anticipada de garantías, sino pues precisamente en dar unos lineamientos y seguir construyendo cultura de libre competencia para algo que es muy importante y es autorregulación. Termino simplemente diciendo lo que dije en la mitad de mi intervención. Sin enforcement no tiene sentido el compliance. Sin enforcement no tiene sentido la autorregulación. Y yo creo que es muy importante reconocer que cualquier iniciativa a futuro de fortalecimiento del régimen normativo de libre competencia siempre deberá prever el riesgo de que cuando se abra un debate en el Congreso no vaya a limitársele a la autoridad de competencia las facultades, sino que por el contrario pueda llegar a tener más recursos, más capacidad y ser cada vez más efectiva en el cumplimiento de un derecho absolutamente importante, cual es el de proteger y promover la libre competencia.
Doctor Herrera, muchas gracias. Usted toca muchos puntos muy interesantes sobre lo que ha sido durante este cuatrienio la ejecución de las normas de competencia en Colombia y sobre las oportunidades, digamos, que hay de seguir haciendo algo bien o concentrarse o ajustar ciertas cosas que se pueden hacer mejor. Estoy muy de acuerdo con muchas de las cosas que dice. En algunas otras tenemos alguna diferencia, pero hay un tema que usted toca que a mí me parece interesante. Usted dice, no entiendo por qué siempre tenemos este debate de investigación y juzgamiento en materia de competencia, pero no lo tenemos en la Contraloría o por lo menos de manera tan recurrente en la Procuraduría y en otros órganos de control. Y eso me da paso para preguntarle a Carolina, en protección al consumidor, que es la misma autoridad, no lo tenemos de una manera como tan intensa, o por lo menos hasta ahora no se ha dado ese debate de una forma, digamos, tan concentrada en la estructura. Como recordarán ustedes, los estudiantes, en materia de protección al consumidor, la dirección de investigaciones investiga y el mismo funcionario investiga y impone la sanción. Frente a ese funcionario se interpone un recurso de reposición y es cierto, a diferencia de competencia, diríamos que hay un recurso de apelación ante el delegado. Pero sigue siendo un sistema de derecho administrativo sancionatorio típico colombiano, digamos, en la misma entidad, ¿cierto? Y a mí me gustaría, doctora Carolina, que usted, digamos, en su intervención, además de contarnos qué cree usted que se ha hecho bien en los últimos años en materia de protección al consumidor, ¿usted qué cree que se puede, digamos, hacer mejor? ¿Qué cree que se puede ajustar en beneficio de los consumidores? Tenemos además la fortuna de que usted pues, ha estado en la autoridad, por supuesto, y en distintos momentos también, pero también ha estado del otro lado y tiene esa visión holística de dónde podría trabajar uno para que el sistema tuviera un balance en pro de la protección al consumidor, porque como decía usted, yo siempre creo que uno debe tener autoridades fuertes, porque claro, uno a veces es investigado, pero también a veces es denunciante. O sea, y el sistema debe funcionar y debe ser balanceado para capturar aquellas conductas que sean efectivamente dañinas para el consumidor o para la libre competencia, etcétera. Entonces, me gustaría que usted hiciera una reflexión, doctora Carolina, sobre estos temas en materia de protección al consumidor.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos. Muchísimas gracias por esta invitación. Con tan selecto panel de colegas y amigos que están acá también presentes. Empiezo con la primera pregunta que hace el doctor Serrano de la distinción entre quien investiga y sanciona. El debate es el mismo en todas las delegaturas de inspección, vigilancia y control, el mismo, porque adicionalmente podemos tener consumidor, reglamentos técnicos, protección de datos personales, adicionalmente el delegado, que es al final la segunda instancia del director, pues además da la línea sobre lo que se va a centrar, los esfuerzos que va, o sea, ¿qué sector vamos a investigar? Turismo. El delegado tiene injerencia en las decisiones que toma la delegatura. Entonces, un debate que no solamente es competencia, competencia es el primo rico, pues las sanciones son altísimas, ¿cierto? Consumidor, pues ya pues el primo no tan pobre, pero si uno por la relevancia de los temas de libre competencia, siempre la atención se ha centrado en la distinción allí, pero ese debate se debe traer a las otras delegaturas que ejercen funciones de inspección, vigilancia y control. Están en el mismo piso el delegado y el director. ¿Sí? Se esperaría, honrando las funciones constitucionales y legales y honrando el debido proceso, que el delegado no tenga injerencia en las decisiones del director, pero hay líneas que se consultan. ¿Sí? Hay sectores, o sea, no estoy diciendo que hay líneas que se consultan en qué sentido debo tomar la decisión, ni más faltaba, pero ¿a qué sectores vamos? ¿En qué sectores nos centramos? ¿A dónde vamos a enfocar nuestros recursos? Y pues allí es el mismo problema, ¿cierto? Se mira competencia, pero una vez se abra la compuerta de competencia, vendrán las otras, sin duda. Entonces, esa es mi reflexión. Frente al otro punto de qué se ha hecho, qué es importante para la SIC, con lo que hay, qué se puede hacer. Yo hacía una reflexión ayer pensando en todo el Estatuto del Consumidor. Y la primera reflexión que viene a mi mente es que debe haber una determinación clara de las funciones de la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio en materia de protección al consumidor. Hoy en día, ustedes estudiantes, todos, si les pregunto quién protege al consumidor en Colombia, estoy segura y puedo firmar en un papel que dirán que es la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio. Sin embargo, hay otras autoridades que vigilan regímenes especiales, servicios de salud, bebidas, medicamentos, alimentos, dispositivos médicos, servicios de transporte. Están otras autoridades, pero en ocasiones aún no es clara la determinación de las competencias de las autoridades. Y la superintendencia, al final del debate, tiene competencia residual en materia de protección al consumidor. Todo lo que no está asignado a otra autoridad, vendrá a la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio y también conocerá lo que el legislador le asigne. Pero a veces no es tan claro y vienen debates muy importantes para la economía nacional. Vienen los debates de los sellos en alimentos y bebidas, de todos estos temas de alimentos ultraprocesados. Ese debate con toda la reglamentación que viene deja autoridades enfrentándose por la competencia. Tendremos al INVIMA y a la superintendencia chocando como tradicionalmente han chocado, ¿cierto? Adicionalmente, si ustedes ven la producción legislativa, se están diseñando muchísimos regímenes especiales. ¿Sí? Va a haber casi que protección al consumidor para cada, no para cada sector de la economía, sino para cada tipo de relación de consumo al final. O sea, hay una tensión, yo no sé por qué en esto, pues sí, porque es un tema cada vez que cobra relevancia, pero el legislador está siendo muy específico en lo que está legislando y allí se abre otro problema, además desde la competencia. No sé si ustedes han escuchado hablar de la aplicación suplementaria del Estatuto del Consumidor. El artículo 2 del Estatuto del Consumidor dice que esta ley aplica en general a todas las relaciones de consumo donde no hay un régimen especial y aplica suplementariamente a los regímenes que existen, en los vacíos que tenga. Pero si uno revisa el estatuto y si uno es así rígido en la interpretación, la única autoridad que puede imponer sanciones por la violación del Estatuto del Consumidor, dice un artículo de la misma norma, es la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio. Entonces, hay un problema en la actualidad que esa aplicación suplementaria ha servido para que otras autoridades que ejercen inspección, vigilancia y control apliquen el estatuto e impongan las sanciones del estatuto. Y se pregunta uno, ¿pero por qué? Si los únicos, o sea, si el mismo estatuto dice que por las infracciones a esta norma las debe imponer la superintendencia porque otras autoridades lo están haciendo. Entonces creo que ese primer punto de la competencia y la aplicación del Estatuto del Consumidor es un tema que debe llamar la atención de la autoridad con la norma que hay. Un segundo punto, y para no comerme el tiempo total del panel, es en otras administraciones hablaba en consumidor no existe el criterio de significatividad para iniciar las investigaciones, pero se acuñaba de ser selectivo para ser efectivo, y era una frase que impulsaba la actuación de la delegatura. Todavía deben estar sufriendo mis antiguos compañeros de la delegatura los estragos de la pandemia, donde todos, yo no sé si por el desocupe, denunciamos. Las denuncias crecieron exponencialmente y la autoridad tomó la decisión de abrir N.000 investigaciones por conductas que no son significativas, que al final pues hacen colapsar a cualquier autoridad. Entonces, ese ser selectivo para ser efectivo, yo creo que debe ser retomado por la Autoridad de Protección al Consumidor. Hay temas de altísima trascendencia nacional y regional que por tener que evacuar ese poco de trámites que sí constituirán infracciones porque no le informaron un precio en la tienda de Chigorodó, es importantísimo, pero la autoridad tiene recursos limitados. Entonces es un tema que me llama particularmente la atención. Igualmente, tanto esfuerzo, ¿cierto? Es un tema de una postura personal. En las cláusulas abusivas que trae la norma, que la autoridad ha tenido una evolución en el tema, se dejó de considerar que la cláusula compromisoria era una cláusula abusiva. Sin embargo, recientemente el Consejo de Estado dijo, no puede haber arbitraje de consumo como el decreto lo previó, no puede haber, tiene que ser el legislador el que habilite esa forma de arbitraje para consumo. Y tenemos una delegatura de asuntos jurisdiccionales también por los fenómenos que, no sé, la pandemia enloqueció a los consumidores, a todos, pero a los consumidores, nosotros como consumidores también. El arbitraje de consumo era una figura bellísima que daba para pues, desahogar lo que está ocurriendo con la Administración de Justicia en ejercicio de la acción de protección al consumidor. Y allí, pues, es un excelente momento para retomar la discusión a nivel legislativo de impulsar mecanismos alternativos de solución de controversia en materia de protección al consumidor. Estamos quedados en Colombia en ese aspecto. Y rápidamente, Felipe, para no tomar el espacio del panel, hay otros temas que es relevante que la autoridad, que ya los ha venido trabajando, pero los siga trabajando, es que estamos en un mundo de la publicidad y de las nuevas formas de publicidad y de la atención y el estudio del comportamiento del consumidor, ¿sí? En un mercado con sus decisiones que no son tan racionales, pero en la superintendencia seguimos hablando de la distinción entre información y publicidad, ¿cierto? Una discusión que aún no ha madurado, ¿sí? No se ha dado la oportunidad para que la autoridad, con la norma que tiene, porque además tiene 2 artículos en el estatuto que son tan amplios en materia de publicidad que nos permitiría estar hablando de todas esas nuevas formas de publicidad, analizando lo que está ocurriendo en Colombia también. O sea, no es como la noticia de Kim Kardashian que por influenciar ¿qué era lo que era? Unos bitcoins, no sé lo que era, la sancionaron. Entonces para nosotros hubo tremenda noticia. No, acá también está ocurriendo, pero estamos retrasados en la discusión por estar haciendo la distinción entre condiciones subjetivas y objetivas de la publicidad, entre información y publicidad, y creo que ahí hay una oportunidad enorme. 2 puntos más y te lo prometo que termino. Se debe dar visibilidad al tema de seguridad de productos. Yo no sé si es un tema de altísima relevancia. La Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio no solo investiga y sanciona las infracciones al Estatuto del Consumidor, sino que protege la vida, la salud y la seguridad de los consumidores por los productos defectuosos. Y es un tema que no tiene la visibilidad ni la importancia, aun cuando la Superintendencia ha hecho esfuerzos enormes. Es un tema que permanece allí, escondido, y es un tema que tiene autoridades propias en el resto del mundo y aquí reposa en la Delegatura de Protección al Consumidor. Por último, y esto es un anhelo, es que se debe volver a la superintendencia las puertas abiertas en materia de protección al consumidor. Hay temas en consumidor que es distinto a otros regímenes, en competencia hay otro tipo de tratamiento, pero en consumidor hay temas que se pueden conversar de manera preventiva con los empresarios para buscar una solución. Y ese diálogo de puertas abiertas con los empresarios, pues efectivamente permite dar una protección expedita a los consumidores. no solamente echando mano de las órdenes, cautelas administrativas que existen, que son tan respetadas, que se puede llegar al mismo resultado, pero en materia de protección al consumidor, en el marco de la Constitución, la ley y la transparencia, sin que esté mencionando que se iba a llegar a arreglos con los empresarios no, simplemente conversando en muchos puntos, se logra en un estado de averiguación preliminar arreglar un problema para los consumidores de manera inmediata y no 3 años después con una investigación administrativa. Los problemas de consumidor requieren solución al instante y eso creo que toca recuperarlo.
Muchas gracias, doctora Carolina. Muy interesantes todos los puntos y además creo yo usted tocó y le da un mensaje a la nueva administración muy importante sobre qué aspectos deben ser tenidos en cuenta para la buena protección de los derechos de los consumidores. Al doctor José Alejandro Bermúdez le haría la misma pregunta. ¿Qué cree usted que hay de retos en cuanto a política pública en materia de protección de datos que se ha hecho bien, que se puede mejorar? Y aprovecharía además para introducir, dado el tiempo, la segunda pregunta frente a en mercados digitales. ¿Qué cree usted en un par de minutos que se puede hacer? ¿Cuál debe ser el enfoque, etcétera?
Bueno, muchas gracias y muchas gracias al doctor Uribe, la asociación a la Universidad Javeriana por la invitación. Muy corto porque sé que estamos corriendo con el tiempo. Yo creo que en materia de protección de datos personales, indudablemente, digamos, tengo el mayor aprecio todavía por lo que es la Delegatura de Protección de Datos Personales y por el trabajo que se ha venido haciendo desde hace 10 años que se creó la Delegatura de Protección de Datos Personales, lo que se ha hecho ahí en crecimiento, en investigación, en materia de órdenes, es absolutamente importante para el país y la superintendencia se ha convertido realmente digamos, en la banderada de los derechos de los derechos de los titulares de la información y de la protección de la información de los titulares, que sigue compartiendo, por supuesto, con los jueces de la República que vía acciones de tutela pueden proteger los derechos, pero la superintendencia realmente se ha vuelto la cara visible de la protección de los titulares de la información. Dicho esto, creo que hay temas en los que se podría avanzar y algunos son consecuencia de una norma tremendamente rígida que tenemos en Colombia, que es la ley 1581 del año 2012, que, digamos, de forma aislada en la región y casi que a nivel mundial, pues tiene unas limitaciones que no son comunes en otros regímenes de protección de datos personales. Y me refiero en concreto a la restricción que existe en Colombia o a la aparente restricción que existe en Colombia de que solamente se pueden hacer tratamientos de datos con el consentimiento expreso, explícito, previo de los titulares de la información, cosa que, entrando ya en la segunda pregunta, pues es difícilmente compatible con una economía altamente digitalizada porque termina limitando de manera muy clara la manera en que los titulares de la información pueden interactuar en un mundo que es crecientemente digital y donde esas maneras de recolectar información o de hacer tratamientos de datos ya no son los mismos que hace 10 años, hace 15 años o hace 20 años, donde la información ya no solamente se recolecta directamente de los titulares de la información, sino que además tiene otras maneras en las cuales se accede a ella. Entonces, la información no solamente la entrega a las personas, sino que puede ser observada, puede ser inferida de los comportamientos, lo que va un poco al punto de lo que decía la doctora María Carolina, de cómo lograr, digamos, esas protecciones a otros derechos que son derechos que también están consagrados tanto en el Estatuto del Consumidor como en la Ley de Protección de Datos Personales, como en la propia práctica en espacios digitales. Entonces yo creo que ahí hay un esfuerzo que se puede hacer desde la Superintendencia de Industria y Comercio en retomar algunos de los puntos que se incluyeron, por ejemplo, en la reglamentación de la Ley 1581, en el decreto 1377, con la incorporación, por ejemplo, de las conductas inequívocas como un mecanismo para probar el consentimiento de los titulares. Entonces, esas conductas inequívocas que están recogidas en la legislación actual precisamente permiten de alguna manera salvar ese obstáculo que existe con la exigencia de los requisitos tradicionales que a veces no son fácilmente obtenibles ni fácilmente comprensibles por los titulares de la información. Entonces se generan dos problemas a mi manera de ver. Primero, que en la práctica no son consentimientos ni son actividades o actuaciones fácilmente, ejecutables en la práctica. Pero segundo, y quizá más grave, no son mecanismos que realmente terminan protegiendo a la persona, que es el objetivo fundamental de un ordenamiento como el ordenamiento de protección de datos personales, porque terminan convirtiéndose simplemente en ejercicios de checkbox, de llenar unas casillas, donde no hay una conducta realmente significativa y donde las empresas sí tienen una salida muy fácil, que es: yo tengo la prueba de esta autorización, pero no tengo que demostrar más medidas para asegurar que estoy cumpliendo con los demás principios de la ley. El principio de finalidad, el principio de minimización, de recogida mínima de información, de tratamiento justo de los datos, etcétera, etcétera, que son realmente esas protecciones que son más relevantes para los titulares de la información. Entonces creo que hay digamos, un trabajo que sería interesante volver a recuperar, y es explorar la posibilidad de entender esas conductas inequívocas de los titulares como verdaderos mecanismos para obtener el consentimiento, que entre otras cosas se pueden usar en otros contextos también. Por ejemplo, el contexto de contrataciones laborales, el concepto de ejecución de relaciones contractuales, donde esa interacción que existe entre empleador y empleado, o entre contratante y, por ejemplo, consumidor, es de por sí un mecanismo que permite asegurar o permite concluir de manera razonable que ese consumidor o ese titular ha manifestado positivamente su intención de que su información sea tratada dentro del proceso. Segundo es probablemente avanzar en criterios de materialidad, como lo decía la doctora María Carolina, para poder ser selectivo y ser de esa manera efectivo. Criterios de materialidad, por ejemplo, en incidentes de seguridad, en algunos puntos que no es fácil entender hacia dónde, cuáles son esos incidentes que realmente generan riesgos en la administración de la información de los titulares. Y un tercer punto que yo, revisaría de manera muy especial, y que creo que en algunas oportunidades ha dado resultados muy positivos, por ejemplo, para proteger a los titulares de manera rápida, por ejemplo, eliminando información o corrigiendo información de manera rápida, es evaluar cómo se están tramitando las órdenes o los expedientes administrativos que no son sancionatorios, que culminan con la expedición de una orden, pero donde no se sigue el mismo rigor probatorio que tienen las investigaciones administrativas sancionatorias, y donde las partes no tienen la misma posibilidad de intervenir aportando pruebas y controvirtiendo pruebas dentro de los expedientes. Creo que ahí también hay un punto muy importante. Para concluir, y para introducir el tema de las plataformas digitales, creo que es muy importante que el análisis que se hace de tratamientos de información dentro de esas plataformas tenga en cuenta la relación que existe de la protección de datos con otros derechos. Es decir, que la protección de datos personales no existe en el vacío, existe en conjunto con otros derechos igualmente importantes de los titulares: el derecho a la libertad de expresión, el derecho a la seguridad, por ejemplo. Entonces hay situaciones donde se recolecta información, por ejemplo, en plataformas digitales, se custodia esa información, no se elimina, y posteriormente sirve para hacer, por ejemplo, seguimiento de disrupción política, deepfakes, situaciones de abuso sexual de menores, por ejemplo, para identificar quiénes son realmente esas personas que están, cometiendo conductas claramente delictivas que atentan contra todo proceso, contra la dignidad humana de esos menores, etcétera. Entonces, hay que entender, yo haría un llamamiento a entender la protección de datos no en el vacío, sino en su relación con otros derechos fundamentales que tienen la misma entidad y que deben ser mirados en conjunto. Y dejaría por ahí.
Muchas gracias, doctor Bermúdez. Quisiera finalmente que el doctor Uribe, el doctor Herrera y la doctora Corcione nos dijeran en 2 minutos sus consideraciones en materia de competencia y consumidor en mercados digitales. ¿Qué creen que se debe tener en cuenta? Les agradezco la puntualidad en el tiempo porque estamos muy corridos en la agenda.
No, simplemente como llamar la atención sobre la mixtura de regímenes. Es decir, no todo tiene que ser el martillo gigante de la libre competencia. Creo que hay oportunidades en relación con competencia desleal, porque ciertas conductas están más relacionadas con cierta forma, por ejemplo, de autopreferencia. Ciertos contratos que pueden ser más como de patrocinio para movilizar, es decir, todo esto, toda esta cadena de contratos que casi siempre se da es a través de esas relaciones particulares con fabricantes, con compañías de telecomunicaciones, etcétera, etcétera. Creo que la competencia desleal puede tener una cabida más rápida para solucionar este tipo de problemas. No necesariamente todo lo tenemos que llevar a abuso de posición dominante y mirar ese tipo de comportamientos para identificarlo. Y fundamental, una visión global. Es decir, las distorsiones que si todas las autoridades de competencia, cada una se inventa sus propios remedios, pues al final puede que sea el consumidor el más afectado, porque no va a encontrar un mismo sistema que le sirva y en una de esas pues puede que ciertas innovaciones o ciertas plataformas pues disminuyan los servicios que puedan llegar a prestar, por ejemplo, para Colombia. Entonces, es quienes somos beneficiarios en estos casos de tecnología y quienes son productores de tecnología. Yo creo que nuestra ruta principal debería ser encaminarnos en proyectos de política pública para poder entrar en la producción de esta tecnología, competir en estas tecnologías, y por el otro lado es buscar las herramientas que sean más simples y de más fácil acceso, con el objetivo tal vez de identificar los problemas particulares y no tratar de crear una regulación específica donde nosotros no somos los productores de esa específica tecnología.
Muchas gracias, doctor Herrera.
Muchísimas gracias. Creo que hay 3 puntos importantísimos para tener en consideración. Lo primero, si la autoridad de competencia quiere ser efectiva para poder avanzar en la detección de problemas de restricciones en la competencia en temas digitales, no solamente el enforcement interno, sino la cooperación internacional van a ser absolutamente decisivos. Y la autoridad de competencia desde hace varios años está absolutamente enfocada en ese tema, trabajando de la mano con la Red Internacional de Competencia, trabajando como copresidentes de del Grupo de Abogacía de la Competencia y participando activamente en cada uno de esos grupos, aprendiendo y a su vez patrocinando y apadrinando pequeñas autoridades de competencia que quieren hacer parte de esta red y quieren aprender de la autoridad de competencia colombiana. Lo segundo, tenemos que seguir fortaleciendo nuestra capacidad de abogacía de la competencia. Lo que hemos hecho en sandbox regulatorios y en materia de conceptos de abogacía de la competencia es muy interesante. Los sandbox regulatorios, pensados desde el Ministerio de las Comunicaciones, desde el Ministerio de Comercio, Industria y Turismo, desde el regulador financiero, van a cambiar en buena parte la forma como se generan transacciones. Y yo creo que la autoridad de competencia tiene que seguir esa tracción e ir revisando muy cuidadosamente cómo se están consolidando y conformando esos mercados. Y lo tercero, y no menos importante, hay que seguir trabajando al interior de la autoridad de competencia. Uno de los puntos más importantes, la información de cara al ciudadano. Y me anticipo a contarles un proyecto que se va a estar trabajando durante el 2023. El sistema de información de competencia, que hoy está optimizado para poder garantizar búsquedas de acuerdo a muchos criterios, va a tener por primera vez doctrina probable. Y ese es un tema muy importante que creo que va a facilitar muchísimo la consulta en esa materia. Lo dejamos rodando y pues esperemos que finalmente el 2023 eso sea una decisión importante. Pero a su vez, el fortalecimiento de equipo de analítica de datos. Yo creo que hoy ese diálogo interdisciplinar entre ingenieros, economistas, abogados, pero a su vez científicos de datos será importante de cara a la detección en mercados digitales.
2 minutos. Cumplido. Doctora Carolina, por 2 minutos.
Bueno, yo parezco un disco rayado con este tema de los mercados digitales, pero creo que hay un tema muy importante en materia de protección al consumidor y es la determinación de la responsabilidad del intermediario. Las figuras, los modelos de negocio en estas plataformas son cambiantes, son dinámicos y la norma de protección al consumidor puede, con la lectura que se da, con la misionalidad, pues con la función que tiene de proteger al consumidor, tiene unas lecturas que permiten ser o una cosa u otra, o ser productor o proveedor de bienes y servicios a través del comercio electrónico o plataforma electrónica, con las definiciones que da el legislador, pueden no responder a lo que está ocurriendo en los mercados digitales y a los modelos de negocio que se están presentando. Por eso creo que se debe buscar, que la autoridad debe buscar la salida para que se determine claramente a nivel legislativo al nivel que sea, o sea, no sé cuál será la herramienta, modificación de la ley 1480 para determinar con claridad cómo responden los intermediarios para que haya protección al consumidor, para que haya competencia leal, para que Además, para que el mercado colombiano sea atractivo, porque tampoco se puede pensar únicamente como el consumidor como lo único que se protege, porque pues los negocios también deben ver un mercado atractivo. Y ese es como el tema que a mí me trasnocha, así, de la responsabilidad de los intermediarios de manera clara y el entendimiento de estos modelos de negocio para proteger al consumidor dentro de un sistema de libre competencia. Gracias.
Sabemos que eso la trasnocha, sin duda. Sí, yo creo que se trata de buscar un balance, ¿no? Entre que el negocio, que los negocios existan y quieran hacerse en Colombia, entre otras cosas porque la escala de consumo de Colombia tampoco es tan grande en comparación con otras jurisdicciones. Entonces, si el país no es atractivo, pues de pronto no habrá tantos incentivos para estar acá. Les quiero agradecer inmensamente a todos los panelistas. Muchas gracias por sus aportes y muchas gracias a todos los asistentes por la atención. Continuamos ahora con otro panel, pero creo que hay un break. Me dice el director del departamento que hay 10 minutos de break para seguir con el panel en el que nos acompañarán varios expertos en materia de protección de la competencia y nuestros invitados internacionales. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome everybody. I hope you enjoyed your short break for this second and last panel. It's going to be about competition, regulation, and regional and international convergence and divergences. I am honored to present our speakers. First is Dr. Carolina Pardo. She's lawyer and specialist in international business law from Universidad de los Andes, LLM with an emphasis on international private law and competition law from the London School of Economics and Political Sciences. She's a partner in she's an associate in Baker McKenzie, and she's currently a member of the Global Investigations, Ethics and Compliances Committee and has been part of the Global Steering Committee of TMT Industry Group, of the Global Steering Committee of the Firm's Compliances and Investigations Group, of the Antitrust Steering Committee of Latin America, and the firm's Global Steering Committee for Antitrust and Global Competition from 2016 to 2020. Our second speaker is Dr. William Kovacic. He will be joining us throughout a video that is going to be projected soon. He's an American lawyer and legal scholar, Bachelor of Arts in Public and International Affairs from Princeton University and Juris Doctor from Columbia University. He served as a staffer within the Federal Trade Commission, first within the Bureau of Competition's Planning Office, and later as an attorney and advisor to then Commissioner from 1979 to 1983. From 2006 to 2011, he served as Commissioner of Federal Trade Commission for the FTC, including as its chairman from 2008 to 2009. Kovacic is currently a professor of antitrust, contracts, and government contracts at George Washington University Law School, where he serves as director of the Competition Law Center. Our third speaker is Alexandre Corderio, and he's a lawyer from the Institute of Superior Education of Brasilia and economist from the Brasilia University Center, got postgraduate degree in disciplinary administrative proceedings from the University of Brasilia, master's degree in constitutional law from the Instituto Brasiliense de Direito Público, and he's been auditor of the Office of the Comptroller General, Vice Minister of Ministry of Cities, Professor of Competition Law and Economics of the Escola de Direito de Brasilia, and is the president of the Administrative Council for Economic Defense of Brazil. Our fourth speaker is going to be joining us virtually throughout a Zoom meeting, and is Ioannis Kokoris. He's a Bachelor of Arts in Economics of the University of Essex, Master in Philosophy from the University of Cambridge, LLM in International Economic Law from the University of Warwick, PhD in Competition Law from King's College, University of London, and postdoctorate in Competition Law and Economics from Harvard Law School. He's been economist for the Government Economic Service, European Commission, consultant at the Federal Trade Commission, principal case officer at the Office of Fair Trading, executive director at the Center of Commercial Law and Financial Regulation, global MBA program director at the University of London, and currently he's the Dean of Queen Mary University of London, as well as professor in competition law and economics at the same institution, and director of the Center of Commercial Law Studies. We also have Carlos Esguerra, who is a lawyer from Universidad de los Andes, a specialist in competition law and free trade law from the Pontificia Universidad Javeriana, and in administrative law from the Universidad Externado de Colombia, LLM in competition law from King's College, University of London. He's been a legal consultant at the Communications Regulatory Commission of Colombia, consultant at the Federal Trade Commission, team leader of the Public Procurement Specialized Working Group of the Superintendents of Industry and Commerce, and currently he's lecturer in competition law at Pontificia Universidad Javeriana and associate at Avante Abogados. And finally, we have Cristian Cantona, who I introduced to you previously on this event, and it's an honor to have you all here, and the space is yours.
I'm Bill Kovacic, and I am thrilled to participate in today's session from a distance. I'm enormously grateful to Alfonso and Felipe for the extraordinary work you've done to build a competition policy community in Colombia. And I am honored to be part of the panel with Alexandre, with Carolina, with Ioannis, with Carlos, and indeed with Christian, our enormously talented PhD candidate at the George Washington University. I have a few slides I'm going to use today, so if you'll bear with me for a moment, I'm just going to pull those up. And I want to thank you for allowing me to join remotely. My wife a week ago had very successful surgery to replace a heart valve. She's in the process of recovery now at home. So I'm staying at home this week and for the balance of the month. And I'm very grateful for your allowing me to join you in this more impersonal way, but at least to participate in the conversation. To deal with the issue that's posed for the panel, convergence and divergence in the face of change in competition policy and regulatory policy, I want to simply elaborate on the context that many competition agencies find themselves in. The first is enormous pressure to be active in areas related to the digital economy. And what we're seeing globally now, and I think throughout the hemisphere, is very extensive but largely uncoordinated experimentation. We have numerous policy streams emerging in major jurisdictions and in relatively newer systems. The litigation of cases involving big tech, the development of new regulatory regimes, and these measures involve changes in substantive policy and innovations with respect to institutional design. It's a remarkable multiplicity of activity, and I think somewhat bewildering, in that there's no significant coordination among the players. There seems at times to be perhaps a felt imperative to be first to the market with specific approaches, rather than taking a somewhat more patient approach and perhaps achieving greater accuracy in the specific form of intervention. One major European competition official explains this by saying we had to do something. Of course, a concern all of us have is that if you're not really certain about where you're going, running faster is not necessarily a better strategy. The second major element of context is that all competition agencies, young, new, old, more experienced, and in between, I think are feeling great pressure to develop a national digital program. There's a suggestion that emerges in international organizational meetings, in smaller regional meetings, in global discussions, that if you don't have a big tech program running in your agency, you are not a worthy agency. That this is a real measure of who you are. And this creates extraordinary difficulties for relatively less resourced, less experienced institutions to take on some of the hardest substantive issues with relatively limited means. But there's a great sense, I believe, in international meetings that if you're not playing on this stage, your agency is missing a big game. The third element is that we're seeing a basic reconsideration of competition policy goals. This is taking place very dramatically in North America, in the United States, in other jurisdictions where there's a basic rethink about what competition law should do. Should it go beyond the principal focus on the interest of consumers to embrace greater concerns about effects on employment markets, the effect of mergers on employment levels, for example, sustainability, to what extent should competition law be adapted to address sustainability aims, especially where they involve efforts by rivals to perhaps curtail the availability of energy-intensive products and to shift attention towards more sustainable objectives, and other objectives that have been offered, such as achieving greater income equality, broader distribution of authority, and indeed, as said in some areas, the very protection of democracy itself. We have, amid all of this, the continuing challenge of the pandemic recovery efforts, where governments around the world, and certainly in the Western Hemisphere, are either spending or are poised to spend massive sums of money to achieve recovery. It's put a great deal of pressure on public procurement systems and systems that are designed to distribute subsidies. And the last element I'll mention is not surprising to any of us. All of these developments are taking place amid what I would call tumultuous political upheaval within individual jurisdictions in the Western Hemisphere and globally. We don't have to go through a recital of major elections that are taking place or have taken place recently in all of our countries, elections that are coming up next, and the acute, often acrimonious, and supremely divisive discussion of the way ahead politically in many of our countries. And competition agencies are faced with navigating what I would call a particularly turbulent environment that makes it difficult to formulate a program and have confidence that a program chosen today will endure in the face of possible regime changes later on. A uniquely difficult political science problem for many of our countries. Well, what are the policy responses? What I've laid out in some ways are these centrifugal forces that can tend to pull systems apart. What might be the universal policy approaches that promote healthy convergence? I'd say there are some universal needs that confront competition agencies around the globe and certainly throughout our hemisphere. First, to do digital well, we have to build up the capacity of our agencies. So we need a major investment in human capability to deal not simply with the familiar disciplines of economics and law, but to deal with computer science, with analytics, with artificial intelligence, to understand the commercial phenomena that we're observing and to formulate policy programs that reflect a deep understanding of this environment. And it's an environment that you know is highly dynamic. It changes by the minute. It poses some of the hardest analytical challenges for even the oldest of agencies, not to mention newer agencies that have perhaps a lesser body of experience and fewer resources to draw on. There's a greater need for policy integration and learning. It's crazy for our countries to operate in isolation when it comes to understanding what's happening in the digital sector, for example, and applying the lessons of that learning to future programs. You're familiar with the engineering concept of a learning curve. The learning curve describes how an individual unit or group can improve performance over time when they take into account what they've learned from previous experience and incorporate that into new programs. Building the first car might be very hard. Building the 1000th car gets better and easier because you learn a lot from numbers 1 through 999. A similar phenomenon, I think, exists in developing cases that involve complex competition policy issues, drafting rules. Rather than have a series of independent learning curves, if we can consolidate those in some way and join them up, all agencies can take the benefit of the collected experience. And instead of operating in isolation, they can move down the learning curve, the collective learning curve, much faster. I spent a lot of time talking to heart surgeons and doctors in the last couple of months, and I've been impressed at how improvements in the state of medical science have taken place, in part because different hospital groups share information about what they're doing. Cardiology departments, for example, don't operate in isolation. They get the benefit of what other hospitals have learned, other departments, about preoperative diagnosis, operation theater technique, and post-operation recovery. They take all of those observations together and they formulate a much better approach to dealing with all three of these critical phases of cardiology care. Competition agencies, in effect, resemble these hospitals, and rather than operating in isolation, they're much better off when they do it commonly and gain the benefit of that kind of learning. Greater investments in research are universal needs to understand commercial phenomena better, to do market studies. And again, I think it's crazy to do the market studies in isolation, where there are possibilities for collaboration across agencies. But to build the body of knowledge that enables agencies to make better judgments. Fourth, to do evaluation and to do it on an ongoing basis. I referred before to the fact that many agencies are conducting policy experiments. Many jurisdictions are experimenting with new regulatory techniques. In science, experimentation inevitably involves evaluation. You have a hypothesis, you choose a technique to test the hypothesis, and the last element of the virtuous cycle of activity is to assess how things went, to know what works and what isn't working, with respect both to the substance of policy reform, but also to the process that we're using. That is, what organizational techniques make sense? What kind of collaboration among the competition agency, say a data protection agency, a consumer agency, works most effectively? And that evaluation can't be done in this setting every 5 or 10 years. The commercial setting's changing too fast. These experiments have to be assessed on an ongoing basis. So to know if the bold policy experiments are working, we've got to assess them and have to commit resources to doing that on an ongoing basis. And the last item I'll mention, in operating in a politically turbulent environment, and we all know who we are. I'm not going to give you, again, a list of jurisdictions in which we see political upheaval, in which we've seen dramatic regime change, in which we see the possibility of further regime change. We know who we are there, and you know what the list looks like. I'd say that if you are the head of a competition agency, this puts a real premium on everything you've ever known about political science, to assess and observe the surrounding environment and to work in that environment. We sometimes have discussions, is there politics in competition law? Is politics a factor? To me, that's like asking if there's flour in bread. Typically, yes. The issue for us is not whether it exists, it's how you deal with it. And the question of how you deal with it becomes particularly acute in an environment where the landscape can change dramatically, where if we were meteorologists, the weather changes all the time. And you have the proverbial 4 seasons in one day. The bright sunshine, warm temperatures, pleasant. It turns to a driving hailstorm by midday. The snow falls, it rains, and then it's sunny again for a while. Knowing how to deal in that climate that changes so fastly is an enormous advantage to the agency in formulating a program. Okay, I've laid out my view of what the desiderata are, what the universally useful policy approaches are. Now let me acknowledge why it's all hard to do. First, if you're going to upgrade capacity, it costs. Bringing in skilled technology analysts, bringing in analytics experts, bringing in computer scientists, that costs. It's expensive. When I was a student in university, I spent a summer working for a bank in Germany, and I went from the bank's home in Dusseldorf to visit throughout Europe. And I recall going to The Hague in the Netherlands and going to a lovely shop that had Delft pottery. And I was looking at a specific piece that I liked a lot. The shop owner sized up my demographic characteristics quite quickly. Long shaggy hair, a beard shaggier than the one I have, a backpacking look to it, and everything that said, not a bold budget. And the shop owner looked at me and said, "That's a very nice piece, monsieur, a lovely piece, but it costs." And what he essentially was telling me is, you might want to bring that home, but it's not cheap. It's going to cost you probably more than you can afford right now. Well, our agencies, in order to do the capacity upgrades, it will cost. And to do the evaluation I mentioned means dedicating resources to focusing on the question of how things are working. All of that costs real resources, and it can't be done for free. What a surprise. Parochialism. If you want to achieve policy integration within your own jurisdiction, across different agencies, say between the competition authority, existing regulators, say for communications, for data protection, they don't automatically work together. Never underestimate the power of parochialism. Public agencies, in a sense, may be owned by the same enterprise. Yes, the national government or the regional governments, but that doesn't mean they see themselves as being part of the same firm. They tend to see each other as rivals. They view each other with more apprehension than welcoming. And this is the case inside a specific jurisdiction and certainly across borders where the parochialism can even be more intense. I sometimes sense when I watch the major participants in the race to come up with the new regulatory regimes, again, whether there is such a sense of pride in creating the new mechanism first, that what gets lost is the care and attention that should go into creating an effective mechanism rather than being to the finish line first. Last, the trust needed to bind authorities together within a country and across countries is that reservoir is not full. And this becomes very difficult when it's important, crucial to share experiences about what you're learning about dealing with turbulent political conditions, to talk honestly about how you're dealing with the tremendous political pressures within your jurisdiction, or to discuss problems in litigating the cases you're running already and devising new regulatory controls. It would be very useful to know for all the jurisdictions that are trying to run out new regulations and put them in place, how's that going? What are you finding to be difficult about that? What might work, but what might fail? And how are those cases going? Is the theory of harm holding up? Are you getting the evidence you need? I want to know about what works and what doesn't work. There's no shame in encountering difficulty in implementation. Great advances in science and almost any discipline we know involve failure. There's no shame in failure. The shame comes from not learning about it. And where you're dealing with others with common cause and shared interest, sharing with them what works and what doesn't. You need a lot of trust to do this. To go to a colleague, to go to a counterpart and say, we thought this would work, but it's not turning out the way we thought, and this is why. As well as saying, this is working very effectively. You should try it yourself. How to overcome the barriers. Well, I'm hesitant to talk about the first one. I was thinking putting on the top line greater cooperation, but talking about greater cooperation among competition agencies has become sort of a cliche. When people say, oh, we need more cooperation, you see yawns in the audience and say, yes, and we all should look prettier, we should have a better suit of clothes, we should all lose 20 pounds. These are all big aspirations that in some cases for us just aren't going to happen. So I'm going to use another bit of vocabulary. I'm going to call it deeper interagency policy integration, so I avoid using the cooperation term. But what do I mean? I mean that it would be helpful across agencies, even on a limited basis. And this is what I mean by a prototype. Take agencies you trust. Pick one agency you trust. Pick some friends you have in the other agencies and think, what would our common strategy look like? What would a common Latin American strategy look like? How might we use resources so that we maximize our collective abilities instead of all trying to do the same thing at once? Could we formulate a common research program? Could we have a research program where we do a market study together instead of, say, doing two market studies that walk over the same ground? I would say here that a major step in the direction of promoting this policy integration is for older agencies to share what they're learning, both with respect to substantive outcomes, but also with respect to techniques and how to do it. If they're willing to show the way to do this, to be honest and forthcoming about this, I think other agencies will take this as a signal about what to do. But if we look at the Latin American environment, the older agencies in Latin America can lead this process by sharing what they know and speaking openly within the community of agencies about what's working and what isn't working. I realize that in exhorting agencies to do this, I may be asking too much, just contradicting too much experience. I don't see how our communities can succeed if it doesn't happen. And maybe it begins not by trying to get everyone on board, but getting a couple on board, even beginning with two, and showing that it works. If you show that it works, I think others will follow. Another approach that I think has maybe greater promise is to enlist what Alan Fels, the former head of the ACCC, used to call co-producers. This is looking outside the walls of your own agency for other bodies that might share a common interest in accomplishing your goals. These are academic hubs and professional societies. Not surprisingly, the same organizations in many ways that are the sponsors of this event. And in a way, they're already accomplishing this by convening this event. If we look throughout the Western Hemisphere, North and South, we see a growing and impressive intellectual infrastructure. And I'm just going to focus on what I know about the Latin American context. I know much of it because I have the great benefit of having a brilliant young Colombia, Alejandro Ibarra, who is assisting me in the programs at George Washington. He is a postgraduate fellow. I am learning and seeing the incredible intellectual infrastructure that is being built in Latin America, throughout South America, through Central America. In Chile, at say the University of Chile, in Colombia, in Peru, in Brazil, in Argentina, in Mexico. I think you know these institutions, but there is a growing and impressive intellectual hub. One country to another. These academic institutions and professional societies provide forums that can facilitate the discussion about evaluation. They can convene events that facilitate honest discussions. This may mainly be the province of the academic institutions, which are often seen as trusted intermediaries. They can work with the competition agencies to convene workshops, small group discussions about politics and the trade-offs that agencies face in balancing, say, sustainability needs against the needs for traditional competition policy. I've seen this work at Fordham University, and I believe my colleague Alejandra participated in this process at Fordham. Fordham has convened workshops for competition enforcement officials. It's not a big room. You cannot do this in a conference facility at a table in front of 300 people. This has to be in a small conference room where you have maybe 15 or 20. And if you do that, and you start asking what's working and what's not, you increase the likelihood that you get an honest discussion. And you get a sense of shared humanity where the human beings in the room say, how do we solve this problem? This is the problem I have. Do you have ideas about how to solve it? By convening the small events that promote a discussion among agency leadership, I think you can go a great distance to overcoming some of the barriers and concerns, and you can build up a lot of trust. Agencies that can engage these co-producers, the academic hubs, the professional societies, SADC, ACDC, use these institutions as additional resources that can help find solutions. I think the agencies that are able to do that individually, but across the region, are in a position to get better answers to some of the problems that I mentioned before and to overcome barriers. And the last item is benchmarking. That's to pick out agencies that have done some inventive things and persuade them to benchmark themselves with you and to explain what they do. I spent 8.5 years as a non-executive director on the board of the UK Competition and Markets Authority. I'm a big fan, not simply because I was there. I had the great benefit, the enormous fortune of watching a terrific team at work. And among the things they did is to build a data unit to achieve better ability to do analytics. The CMA has a team of 50 people, 50 people in the analytics unit. They're engineers, they're computer scientists, they're quants. Now, not every agency can build a team like this, for sure. But looking at how the CMA went about it suggests how agencies in a region might collectively increase their capacity to do this kind of work. Market studies, which are a signature product of the CMA. Collaboration that the CMA is engaged in, say in the Google Privacy Sandbox project, with the telecom regulator and the data protection regulator. And to talk about how they build that cooperative relationship. Those relationships do not happen automatically, but in the UK, we have 3 agencies working very closely together, indeed with a common secretariat, to come up with better answers to all things digital. As we focus on the digital agenda, I think one must-have element of policy is not to forget the non-digital agenda, not to walk away from basics that are going to be what I think are policy perennials. And a major example is public procurement. We cannot walk away from public procurement as a priority at a moment when it becomes ever more important to social well-being. I mean, I look again to my colleague on the panel here, Alexandra, and I look at the incredible work that he and his colleagues have done on procurement in Brazil, and the deeper cooperation they have promoted between CAGE and the public procurement authorities. And the focal points here are familiar: to detect, punish, deter collusion, establish safeguards that promote a cleaner procurement process, and to encourage government to adopt pro-competitive procurement techniques. I don't have to persuade you of the incredible value that the competition system adds if it moves the needle even a small amount in the direction of better outcomes. That has positive social benefits that tick all the boxes for better performance, and I think a more equitable society, and a society that has greater confidence in government and commits its civic trust to a process of better public administration. So, to close, as we address the subjects of this panel and the entire conference, there are formidable centrifugal forces that are pulling systems apart. Decentralized experimentation that doesn't have a lot of coordination behind it. The decentralized experimentation, I think, is necessary, but with no mechanism for coordination, it creates the possibility for significantly divergent results. a degree of national parochialism and parochialism within agencies that forestalls greater collaboration and policy integration. The emergence of a much wider array of demands on competition policy, for example, that it solve the sustainability problem. All of these things create fissures and potential divisions across agencies, but there are promising centripetal possibilities that can bring things together. And among them, not simply the, yes, dare I say it, greater cooperation among agencies, but cooperation that is focused on specific objectives that I think are indispensable to getting better results and solving some of the formidable problems in front of agencies, but drawing upon the remarkable resources throughout the hemisphere that reside in academic hubs, such as those represented in today's program. And I don't have to look beyond my own experience. I can turn to my colleague Ioannis, I think, who is intimately familiar and will attest to what academic institutions can bring to this process and bring it to the process very capably. And in doing it, to build upon and extending good foundations. The intellectual infrastructure throughout the hemisphere is strong and getting better. And I would emphasize that especially in the case of Latin America, where in Colombia, across the Andean region, eastward toward the Atlantic Ocean, you have superb think tanks and academic organizations that I think can add their voice and their capabilities to a process so that the daunting effort to assemble the resources and apply them effectively needn't simply discourage us, but provides a basis for going ahead. And indeed, I regard today's conference, today's program, today's panel, which brings together so many wonderful colleagues in this effort. I think we see the capabilities in front of us that give us the possibility of success and gives us some confidence that the major challenges can be overcome. Thank you again. Thank you dearly for the opportunity to join the program. And I wish you the best of success in carrying forward the agenda of this program. Thank you.
¿Listo? Hola, hola a todos. ¿Me oyen bien? Sí, bueno, perfecto. Me voy a pasar a inglés porque todo el panel va a ser en inglés. So, thank you very much for everyone being here. Thank you to the ACDC for this opportunity, of course, Universidad Javeriana. And I am really, really honored to moderate this panel with this incredible lineup. And I will start by asking Christian to send our most sincere thanks to Professor Kovacic on all our behalf. It's always an honor and a privilege to hear from him. So I will jump in right away. Just one question. How much time do we have? I know we have. Okay. So just picking up on what Professor Kovacic said, I think this is probably one of the best and most exciting moments to practice, study, and being in the antitrust environment. But it is also one of the trickiest ones. We have this new kind of agents, business models, conducts that raise more questions than answers. Of course, the digital economy came with many benefits and efficiency gains from everyone. We all live in a world much faster, varied, and more comfortable world, thanks to this new business and to these new services that we enjoy every time. But there are also some concerns of possible new anti-competitive conducts, and also the concern of how can the competition authorities address these possible new anti-competitive conducts with the tools they have right now. So I believe authorities faces 4 options, and these 4 options is same as always. Nothing has changed. We have enough tools, and we have to be very cautious on intervening this business model. These business models are mostly beneficial, and we don't want to mess with them. The second option is we understood and we understand that this is a new economy, a new world, and we have to make some changes, and some changes have to be made in order to address these new policy issues. But those changes will be on the light side. The third is a complete change of paradigm. I'm sorry, I have sometimes problems pronouncing this word. So, and this change has to go with the same rules that we have, but completely change the way we see antitrust and completely change the way we practice antitrust. And we're seeing this to some extent happening in the US, where the new officials and new administration has a completely different point of view on how antitrust should be executed in order to obtain the benefits that it should bring to society. And the fourth option, it will be regulate, just change the rules. It will be a statement of what we have is not enough. So we have to come up with new regulation, change the rules, change the laws, and probably adapt it to what is the reality of this digital economy. This, of course, creates a divergence. We have the divergence in the US, even within the US. We have voices and scholars and authorities saying different things. And this creates also a divergence to some extent with the European Union, which tended and decided to go to the regulation side and impose new regulation. We have all these new players since 2015, which is the United Kingdom after Brexit, that we have to take a look at that, because of course it's a mostly influential competition system that now works on its own. And of course, in Latin America, authorities is just like taking a look and keeping a close eye on what's developing, but we really don't know how things are going to unfold. Also, nonetheless, this brings some convergence. I was reading these days that at the beginning of the year, the DGCOM, the competition authority in Europe, opened an office in Silicon Valley in the US. We can also see that the UK and the European Union has some mirror investigations for the same conducts and the same companies. And of course, Latin America is always following the leads of the US and of the European Union. While companies face legal uncertainty, and advisors will love to know what to say to some really difficult questions that I believe we all have. So to get a picture of what is going on about this, how competition authorities is adapting to these new realities of the digital economy, we have the immense privilege of have this lineup. I can't think of most well-suited panelists to go around. And I will start to ask them about what will be the trends and developments that they want to highlight about their jurisdictions regarding antitrust and how it is adapting to the digital reality. So let me start with Ioannis. thank you very much for being here. I think you're seeing our backs, but probably all of them can see your face. Yeah, probably, yeah. Yes.
Yes, I actually can see, yes, your right side, but I can see you well. So no, not a problem.
Okay.
So
you're a professor of Queen Mary, and you are a tremendous expert on European antitrust and the UK antitrust. So how do you see this? How do you see, what are the trends and development that you would like to highlight from your perspective in the European Union and the United Kingdom?
Thank you, Carlos. And let me just start by thank you for the invitation. And it's good to see my friends Alexander and Cristiano on the panel, and then also meet you and Carolina. I think between yourself and Bill, you kind of highlighted the main developments in UK and EU, but if I can pick up on a couple of them, if I start with the UK, Bill mentioned that he was pleasantly surprised, as I was, that the UK CMA has invested on a team on data and digital. They have, and they're very active. The problem in the UK is they don't have a live law yet, because the law is drafted, it's in bill format, and it hasn't gone through the processes, the parliamentary processes to become law. So UK CMA has spent a lot of time to create a legislative instrument which is similar to the EU DMA, but because of developments in UK in the last couple of years during COVID and a lot of political volatility in the UK, we still do not have that as law. It's still going to become, it's hoped that it will become law. My last discussion I had with senior officials of the CMA, that was now midsummer. They were not clear when they will be able to actually, the law they drafted, and it's a very well drafted one, when that will become actually, when they will come in force. So they have the tools, they have the staff, they don't have the law. But I think they're still better off if I compare them with Digicom, because Digicom has the law. I'm not sure if they have the human resources they need to actually enforce the law, because doing DMA is not ex post enforcement anymore. It's ex ante to a large degree. So whether a regulator has the same way of approaching factual context as a competition enforcer, I wouldn't say necessarily that's the case. So possibly Digicom would need to actually reassess how they will enforce the DMA in practice, how they will investigate these types of conducts. And they, of course, they have set up a unit which is led by Alberto Bajiega, who has a lot of experience, long-standing experience in this sphere. So I'm pretty sure they have the stuff to do it. It's just a matter of making sure that whoever deals with DMA has a regulator's perspective in mind, not an enforcer's perspective in mind, because these two perspectives are not the same. At the same time, I think, Carlos, you mentioned that UK and EU seem to be following a similar type of investigative priorities. So we see mirrored cases, not parallel. We see mirrored cases in both sides of the channel. On some of these cases, UK had taken the lead timing-wise. So some of the market studies, for example, on advertising. On some of the cases, on specific companies, I will pick Google for the sake of argument. EU Commission has started earlier. But we see a number of ongoing investigations, and we see a number of very similar ongoing investigations, because post-Brexit, UK will also need now to intervene. At the same time, even though in Europe we have the DMA, EU Commission has not stopped in starting new investigations. So as recently as in June, there may be even one more recent one, but as recently as in June, we have the investigation against Google and online advertising. So even though beginning of July, the DMA was ratified, it will come into force this quarter, we still have EU Commission initiating investigations on a conduct that could potentially, depending on the context, fall under the DMA. So just to finish off at this point on this first issue is, overall, we see two very active jurisdictions. We see two jurisdictions with a different combination of tools, both from a resource point of view and a legislative point of view. But we see two jurisdictions that have the digital sector and these types of behaviors in this sector as the top priority at this point in time. And if I may add one last sentence, we also see two jurisdictions willing to talk. You mentioned about the European Commission opening an office in Silicon Valley. I think reading DMA and now also this development shows that European Commission wants to talk, wants to understand, and wants to listen. And that's very, very important when we are dealing with areas of enforcement that may be new to all of us and to enforcers more particular. Let me pause here and happy to step in again.
Thank you very much. That was very, very clear. So, Christian, you're a former official of the FTC, of the Office of International Affairs, and you're also a vice president of the CCIA. So that gives you, of course, a global perspective like no one else. But I would like you to focus for this question on the US. So what can you tell us about the US and the trends and developments there?
Sure. Thank you, Carlos. I'm happy to talk about this. First and foremost, I think I also mentioned it as part of my opening remarks, but I think there couldn't be a better time for us to discuss these issues because there's so many questions, so many challenges, so many potential concerns. And I think in general, we see that from every aspect of stakeholders, whether it's agencies, having enforcement actions, whether it's, they're running different policy initiatives. And of course, as you mentioned as well in your introductory remarks, Carlos, I think it's extremely important for companies and antitrust counsel to be able to have a sense of how to advise, those companies on particular conduct, particular merger, particular activities in the digital market space. But first and foremost, you refer to the US. I would just focus my remarks on recent developments in the US. And in that regard, I would start with the fact that you might have heard that there have been over the last year or two, in particular, over the last 14, 15 months, there have been a number of legislative proposals in the United States that, were draft bills that actually none of them have become law over the last year and a half. But many of those proposed bills and proposed laws actually focused on digital issues. And they really, on the one hand, pretty much opened up a number of questions that I think when it comes to Professor Kovacic's remarks as well, he briefly touched upon when it comes to basic points, basic objectives, basic goals of competition policy. What are we really trying to achieve when it comes to competition enforcement? What is really the basic objective behind it? What is the standard that we are all looking at? Whether it's, the consumer welfare standard, which has been the long-standing North Star or so, or whether there have to be added additional, considerations and potentially previously non-competition factors that were not considered part of competition enforcement would need to be taken into account as part of the competition enforcement agenda. But then there's another very important element that I wanted to highlight when it comes to some of these recent bills and proposals in the United States. And there are a particular set of issues and questions that really have come up and have repeatedly been perhaps, drafted in different ways or forms, but have come up repeatedly in a number of these proposals. And one that I think a number of practitioners are particularly curious about and there has been a lot of talk about is self-preferencing, for example. When it comes to self-preferencing, a number of these proposed bills in the US, have a ban on self-preferencing. And, I'm not going back to the basics of what self-preferencing is, but generally, it's more favorable treatment to, a particular company's own product versus competing products. And of course, in a digital space, that can be, for example, in app stores, Google and Apple, having, their apps highlighted in their app stores, or, for example, in the Amazon marketplace, whether Amazon would be able to have, their particular product versus others
highlighted in front of kind of like for customers. But the key point is there has been no set language or terms what, for example, self-preferencing itself is. There has been a really vague language and often contradictory in some of these proposals as well. So that raises the question, what is actually self-preferencing and how can it be addressed? Is it actually a competition issue that regulation or new legal amendments should actually address? Broader, in addition to this, I think it really raises the bigger concern that based on the proposed bills in the US, you really can see that for companies that actually would be covered in these bills, to avoid legal scrutiny, it seems that the only kind of like way for them to avoid legal scrutiny would be actually stop selling their own products, which obviously would be a very big sacrifice, when it comes to competition and innovation in the marketplace. Then there's another specific aspect that I wanted to touch upon when it comes to, you asked about recent US developments, that many of these bills also have a ban on mergers and acquisitions for particular companies over a particular size. And needless to say, that raises again a number of questions when it comes to how that would potentially affect the broader economy, innovation, the innovative ecosystem, and the marketplace in general. When it comes to ex-post competition enforcement, we have been dealing with complex and fact-intensive cases for a number of decades. So the fact that there are difficult questions or complex questions that perhaps even touch upon other policy areas. I think in the previous panel, we've heard about the interrelated issues between competition, data protection, consumer protection, and other types, whether it's intellectual property or other types of policy areas. The fact that we just have more complex or difficult questions, I think shouldn't be a reason behind new regulations or amendments to try to address those harms. I think it's most important to have a sense, what are the actual harms we are talking about and we are trying to address? And in that regard, there is this specific threat, I would say, or concern that going too far, as you outlined kind of like the potential options in your introductory remarks, Carlos, would not only harm competition and innovation, but obviously the broader economy and consumers in that regard. All of this, I think, is extremely important, should be based on specific evidence. There has to be a sense of what are we trying to address, and then how doing so actually is being done. Are there positive results? Are there things that we want to move away from? Are there particular tools that haven't been functioning? So I think when it comes to the recent bills, just on those in the United States, I'm concerned that the very likely result of them could be that, large technology companies often that, regularly introduce new products in the marketplace. If they introduce new products, they may face litigation threat pretty much for any perceived special treatment of, their potential or their particular products. And I think the big concern here is this very significantly will or could discourage companies to actually enter the marketplace with new products and innovate in that space. But one very quick point that I wanted to add, also following up on what Yanis said about the DMA, I think a key element of the DMA and many of the regulatory and legislative amendments and proposals in a number of jurisdictions is who would be covered under those regulations. In the DMA, who would be considered a gatekeeper, in Germany under their, like 19A section or so of the 10th Amendment of the German Competition Law from last year, which companies would be of paramount significance to competition. And I think from a regulatory perspective, from a risk assessment perspective, and it's going back to your question of how counseling can, be useful, I think it's a very crucial element that counsel and companies should take into account. And not only who would be covered today, as of today, or when these proposals, would be adopted, but over time, what additional companies from other sectors potentially could be added to that list of whether it's gatekeepers or other types of companies that are covered. And when it comes to the US, and just to close on that, when it comes to the US proposals and the bills, I think a crucial element that we shouldn't forget is what it would potentially cost for the broader economy and for consumers. There hasn't really been much evidence. So there hasn't really been much literature or studies done about what these potential regulations would cost in the short, medium, and long term. And, like in the US earlier this year, the NERA, the National Economic Research Associates, actually run a very detailed study focusing on these proposed bills in the US. And it came up, with the conclusion that it seems that the bills would cost approximately over $300 billion over the longer term in the United States. And that would mostly harm to innovation and the kind of like the competition ecosystem. Those costs would likely be obviously passed on to consumers. So then consumers could suffer in the longer term in that regard. But going back to the previous point that I mentioned, who would be covered? Perhaps under the current bills, initially there would be 5 or 6 companies covered. But this detailed study from NERA also shows that over the next 5 to 10 years, the number of covered companies would likely increase, from 5 to 6 to probably about 13 by the end of this decade. And by the 2030s, it might get close to 100 or even over that. So I think these are all important elements that we should keep in mind and try to kind of like figure out how, what is the best step forward or what works and what does not. Back to you, Carlos.
Well, thank you very much. It's a lot of information right there, and we'll come back to many of your points after. But let me pass on to Alexandre, and Superintendent Alexandre, of course. It's very important for us to learn how the authority sees this, how Latin America leading authority sees this. So.
Thank you, Carlos. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My first time in Bogota, so I'm so happy because long time that I'm gonna be here in Colombia, in this city especially. And I wanna thank the university for bringing me here, especially to talk about this kind of discussion that is, this is the issue of the moment abroad. And I think that each 10 speech that I give, like 8 touch in this subject. You see Bill Kovacic before, and he was talking about a nice and a big event that Fordham holds in New York. And most of those panels over there was talking about also the new era, the goals of antitrust. And in the Carlos remarks, he was talking about 4 options. The first one is there is no change. Everything is old. The second one is, okay, there is some change, but we have tools. The third one is everything is new. We have a completely new world. And the fourth one is we need to regulate or not. So we can oppose the first, the second, and the third, but the fourth options can complete the first 3 options. If you want to understand what's going on right now, we have to look to the past. We have to go back around 10 years ago and start to discuss why the Sherman Act was created. We have to understand what happened with the Big Depression and what was going on at that time that the economists and the people from antitrust started to decide antitrust cases using tools that was not related to economy. What happened then? What happened when you put social stuff in any antitrust analysis? When you understand the development of those theories, get to Harvard School, Chicago School, Consumer Welfare Standard, and before that, the Brundesians, and now the new Brundesians, you start to understand that the history of the antitrust is a pendulum. Now, we are going back before 60. And it's nice when you see people discussing it, and especially developed countries. And we are a developing country. And it's nice to see they discussing social problems. We really know what a social problem means. We're from Brazil, you're from Colombia, we understand that. And you know that Latin America is not for beginners as well. Why I'm saying that? Because if you want to talk about political issues, social problems, sustainability, what kind of technique we're gonna use to understand and decide a merger, for example? It's kind of a Pandora box that, in my opinion, we're gonna open. The consumer welfare standard is based on economy. Bill Kovacic said, what do you want to look for? What do you want to reach? When we were I learned and I trust with the best practice around the world, like studying Bill Kovacic, Hovenkamp, Doug Ginsburg, Leonore Fox, and everybody when was talking about antitrust. At the end of the day, we're protecting the consumer in a broad way. We need evidence. We need case by case. We need economic tools and see what is the quality of the product and the service and the price of the product of the service. But now it's changing because people are thinking that sustainability is the quality of the product. And maybe it is. But now we have also to protect the laborers. And you know what I'm afraid of? What is the definition of sustainability in Europe, in the United States, and here in Colombia, and in Brazil that we have the biggest part of Amazon? And labor rights. Labor rights is completely different in Brazil, in China, in the United States, in Europe. I learn and I trust speaking the same language in any country. And this language is the economic language, the antitrust language. Now, I don't know which language to speak. Maybe you need some translator. Because what does labor rights means? If you see the labor law in Brazil, it's completely different anywhere else. What I'm saying is, if we're talking about antitrust, we are talking about international cartels. We are talking about international merger and acquisitions. We are talking about best practice. We are talking about international cooperation. But if you want to do this, we need to speak the same language. Every time that I'm talking about social issues, analyzing a merger and acquisitions, try to protect laborers, I'm speaking another idiom. But listen, I'm not saying these issues are not important. What I'm saying is, I'm not sure if the antitrust authority is the best institution to take care of this. And I can say more. Do you know why people are pushing those things again inside of the antitrust analysis? Because the political pressure. And they look, who's going to solve this problem? Oh, there is that institution over there that is very good. They have enforcement. They are independent. And they are afraid of the antitrust institutions, authorities. They can analyze that. Put them to analyze that and use the enforcement to solve this problem. So if you don't pay your taxes, you have some kind of competition advantage against your competitor. This is an antitrust problem. So give to CAGI, give to FTC or whatever it is, and they will solve the problem. If the guy is not, you know, is not sustainable, they have some advantage, and this is the quality of the product, then I trust can solve. Everything can fit. Depends of the political whatever they want to do. So just to finish here, I'm not against changing, but I'm against changing that I don't know the externalities. I don't know exactly where we're gonna get. And I'm not pretending to lead the world in terms of changing. So I'm kind of watching and learning with the mistakes, with the good practice, and waiting. Let's see. Before someone proved to me that this change can help my country, can help my markets, my consumers, I kept here watching very close, accepting the change just when it's good, when it's proven that it's good. Otherwise, I kept here in my corner waiting. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your impressive words. Actually, I agree with you. It is not very hard to make any problem at all a competition problem. Whether it's tax, environment, labor, is really, really, really easy to just jump there. And it's also really, really dangerous. So I'm with you with that. Let's turn to Carolina. Carolina, you lead one of the most successful and relevant antitrust practice, not only in Colombia, but in the whole region. So it is it is a pleasure to hear from you. What is your perspective here in Colombia about this divergence or convergence and all these issues that we've been discussing?
Thank you, Carlos, and thank you for those words. I will not accept any remarks on dominance of my practice at all. Just joking. I thank you, Carlos, and the Javeriana University, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to talk in this panel. I couldn't agree more with what I heard from Alexandre. I am very happy to see that the Colombian Competition Authority, the Superintendence of Industry and Commerce, has taken a cautious approach in connection with the digital markets and the technology impact on the markets. And I applaud that, because I think that it is very good that we're pausing to see what's happening, because with all due respect, we heard Bill Kovacic, I don't think that regulators in more advanced or more developed jurisdictions have also figured it out. I think there's still a lot of uncertainty. I think that there are many questions and still of understanding if the new products or the new trends in digital markets require that we completely ban the old rules in the four scenarios that Carlos was mentioning. I don't think so. I think that what regulators around the world are doing, and mostly in Latin America, are doing, like studying the concept. Mexico launched a study in April about the digital markets, and it had another one about 2 years ago. We heard Juan Pablo Herrera talking about the study that he thinks should be followed in the next administration. So I think that understanding what's going on requires, it is an important step. I also think that practitioners, not only from the legal side or the economic side, are required. I also agree that we need computer science experts, because we do need to understand the nuts and bolts of the specific markets. And when we talk about digital markets, we can not only talk about consumer goods, we can not only talk about service. We're seeing a lot of impact in the health services or the health sector. We're seeing that in the logistics sectors. We're seeing data all over the place. So that's something that needs experts that are not only focusing from an economic standpoint, but also on the details of each one of the different sides or industries in which this has an impact. And in connection with Latin America and Colombia in particular, I think that it's very sound and safe that we are not just copying decisions of what's going on in Europe or what's going on in the US. It's true that we may be looking at similar products or products that are offered in a similar way to consumers, but I believe that the specific characteristics of the US market or even the Brazilian market in comparison to the Colombian market are completely different. If we look at the statistics, the digital market in Brazil is about, I believe, and you will correct me, about $22 billion. While in Colombia, Argentina, Chile, we're looking at $6 billion markets. Does that make Chile and Colombia the same? I don't think so. So we do need to understand what's going on in each one of the markets before we go into conclusions. Having said that, I see that there are some investigations. The convergence, or hopefully the convergence that we should have in Colombia within the superintendents is something that sometimes we take for granted. We have Data Protection Authority, we have the Consumer Protection Authority, and we have the Antitrust Authority in the same agency. But we don't always see that they take the same approaches. And I think that is a reflection that they don't always talk to each other. And I'm talking about the different divisions, about the cases that they're studying. I understand that they have different rules, and I understand that they have different values or focus of protection, bien jurídicamente tutelado. But I believe that the convergence, as we were talking about, would be very beneficial in understanding some clear guidelines and some clear rules on basic matters that we're not seeing in many cases. So that is something that I would applaud. Some cases that we're seeing in the region are being handled by the antitrust regulators. And for instance, in Colombia, we're seeing them tackled from the data protection regulator. And that means that we're not talking to each other in not only within the same country, but probably talking about the sandboxes of which we have heard a little bit this morning. So I think that the path is just starting. I think it's an interesting one, but I also believe that the values or the rules on antitrust don't necessarily need to change. I don't think that we need to erase everything and start all over again. I think that we do need to pause and we need to figure out how some of the old principles, which I believe are applicable to the new business models, are going to be applicable. I think it's a matter of how we are going to apply them rather than what we are going to apply. And we're seeing that that there's a call of a conversation between the all stakeholders, and I couldn't agree more. For instance, in Colombia, we see that the authority opens an investigation and then looks at the evidence and then it decides. In the data protection division, we see that the authorities is ordering and imposing orders on the investigated parties. But I'm not sure, and I understand that there are some regulatory issues on that regard. I don't think that there's a huge conversation before the orders are imposed. And maybe you're just using a small bandita, curita, yeah, to create a solution. But I think it's more through sandboxes and through an open conversation that you will create certainty. I think that companies, and I can talk for my clients, I think they would always prefer certainty than a litigation. That's for sure. I mean, because litigation can go on different directions, and certainty is a better way of planning, and they are responsible vis-a-vis their shareholders, and it's a better way of how to present that to their shareholders and to the consumers. And one more thing, I think that we need to understand what's going to come next. In Colombia, particularly, we are in a moment where we have a new government. We don't have an antitrust appointment yet. I know Juan Pablo is the authority right now, but we're still like in an interim process, and I believe that is creating some nervousness in the market. And I'm sorry to talk about the elephant in the room, but I think that is creating some issues. So I would really welcome to see some close developments, and hopefully with some certainty.
Yes, just a quick comment on that. I completely agree with you. I applaud the authorities' cautiousness, and it's been really cautious on tackling these issues, and they're taking their time. But it's also time for giving some answers also, and it can come through soft law or non-binding concepts or something. But it is a conversation. It is very important that they start giving some answers. So your job and my job, it gets a little easier, so we can know what to say to our clients that really are struggling with this. Let's move to, we can look smarter than that. So let's move to the second question, which we already started grasping on it. And is this tension and this balance between ex-ante regulation and ex-post regulation, to put it in some like really short words? Some people would say bringing antitrust cases is really hard, and it's really hard for a reason, is because the authority has to be completely certain of the harm, is completely certain of there is a real problem and there is real affection on our consumers. And some people will argue that through the ex-ante regulation, what authorities are doing is, okay, I don't want to do this hard work anymore. It's really too hard, so I will create a new rule that will make it easiest for me. On the other side, some people say that ex-ante regulation is urgent and really important to do it right now before the harm, the actual harm is done, and there is nothing we can do about that. So let's move around to that question about what are your views of ex-ante and ex-post regulation, and how do you see this about this creates more convergence or more divergence in the international arena? We'll start again with Yanis, just because first, Europe is leading the way on that, and second, Yanis has been listening to all of us for too long. So, Yanis, you have the word.
Thank you. It's a pleasure, because I think I agree with a number of points that Alexandra, Carolina, and Christian made. But going into what you're asking now, Carlos, ex-ante, ex-post, and what is the balance, what is better, and the criticism or the comments that ex-ante is probably easier to do and ex-post is too much work. I'm not sure ex-ante is easier to do than ex-post. On ex-post enforcement, you have evidence that you can actually assess. On ex-ante, your evidence may be less voluminous, so you may have less as a competition authority to actually base your decision on. I find both of them, as both approaches have different benefits and drawbacks. If you adopt an ex-ante system, in principle, you adopt it because you want it to be faster. There was a criticism in Europe since Microsoft, in effect, 20 years back, that the remedies came too late to change anything in the market. And I think that's a criticism that has been going on in Europe since then and until DMA. It hasn't stopped yet either. even with the remedies against Google, there's still concerns that they were too late to change anything in the market. So I think ex-ante is an attempt by authorities to try and preempt a change in the market structure, which cannot be any more changed, any more averted. So that doesn't mean that it's probably easier to do than ex post. I have a concern when it comes to having an ex-ante and ex-post regime, not so much in jurisdictions like, I would say, Brazil or Colombia, but I may stand corrected here by Carolina or Alessandro, yourself, Carlos, but I would say more in jurisdictions like EU or possibly US with the federal and state system, where, and I've been discussing it actually with colleagues, and I don't have an answer, a convincing answer yet, whether you may end up with a situation that, if I take EU as an example, you will have the European Commission having initiated a case against a player, a gatekeeper in relation to DMA, and at the same time, that player will be subject to a national investigation in an abuse of dominance context on the same or very, very similar factual context. I would hope that the European Commission will not at the same time run a DMA in a 102 case on the same company in the same context, because if they can deal with one of the two tools, you would expect them to choose DMA because they can actually do it hopefully faster and one would hope more efficiently and more effectively. But you may end up with a situation that you have the same company being subject to two separate investigations under two separate types of law. And I don't have an answer yet, and I'm actually looking for an answer. If we create a Venn diagram, the overlap part of the Venn diagram, how big is it between DMA and abuse of dominance law? And the same, I would guess, but I will defer to Christian for it, may apply in the US between state and federal if in the US they do go down the route of a DMA type regulation. So clearly ex-ante has some benefits when it comes to timing and hopefully effectiveness. I don't think though that this is what is going to be the only way the EU Commission or the UK, once they have the ex-ante rules, the only tools they will employ to actually go against companies, because they may decide that for precedent setting and for allowing a more effective damages sequence to actually go for an ex post enforcement versus ex-ante on conduct which would be suitable. So I'm not sure if I fully answered, Carlos, your concern in relation to ex-ante and ex post. I think I also have some concerns in my head, which one is better and which one will be used more.
Thank you very much. That answers the question and was really clear. I will turn to Christian.
Sure, thank you, Carlos. Yeah, and on kind of like unpackaging this particular balance question that we have been all trying very hard to do when it comes to kind of like the balance between what is the right balance between ex-ante regulation or ex post and competition enforcement. So I really agree with many of the points that, you know, my fellow panelists made. So I actually was thinking perhaps instead of repeating those, kind of like stepping back a little bit and focusing more on what you also asked about, kind of like on the international convergence, divergence elements of it, or what we might see over time in the short, medium, or long term in that regard, kind of like based on what we see, based on regulatory proposals and kind of like agencies working together on many of these initiatives over time. So if you think about kind of like competition enforcement, it's very important, I think, you know, what constitutes, for example, a violation, a particular conduct in one country, and why is that perhaps not a violation in another? And of course, if you think about convergence and divergence in that regard, of course, the facts are rarely identical. When people think about, oh, it's the same type of investigation, it's not. You know, when you look at different market characteristics, different market dynamics, the facts will be rarely the same in different jurisdictions looking at the same or very similar issues. But then it's very important that based on that, you know, we should underscore the different outcomes
based on this, based on market characters and market dynamics, actually do not constitute divergence. It's just, competition agencies doing their enforcement responsibilities, and they're looking into particular conduct and coming up with investigations and results and decisions in that regard. But if we think about kind of like the main substantive antitrust areas from a convergence and divergence perspective and how that might potentially change over time based on what we see coming in, whether we call it a wave of ex-ante regulatory proposals or legislative amendments in a number of jurisdictions, or what we see how that interface may play out over time, we see that from among the main substantive areas, of course, we see most convergence over time in the merger and in the cartel area. I think when it comes to especially international organizations, you mentioned soft law as part of your questions. I think OECD, ICM played a really important role in making sure that we get to a point what Alexandre calls the language that we all have been speaking. Perhaps it has been less so on the abuse of dominance or single firm conduct size. And there might be some particular issues behind that or reasons behind that. Why? Often, if you think about it, there are different types of laws and rules in different jurisdictions focusing on monopolization, abuse of dominance, or single firm conduct. But also the issues might be more local in some aspects, and the conduct in that regard might be more local or localized or national. And then, of course, very importantly, there are different investigation timetables, which makes it much more difficult for agencies to cooperate and work together on investigations than compared to, say, a merger investigation. But I think we can see that despite these differences, I think there hasn't been kind of like since major issues, in single firm conduct when it comes to divergence among jurisdictions. It was obviously a different level than the other two substantive areas, but I think those were differences that could be bridged over time among agencies. When it comes to the recent discussion, much of it focusing on digital antitrust, I think there are a number of important factors that really throw this kind of like these previous considerations to a little bit, put them into a different perspective. First and foremost, I think what we see is companies investigated are often global in that regard, whereas agencies, of course, focus on their national markets, enforcing their national antitrust laws. And in that regard, it's very important to underscore what we've heard now a couple of times during our panel and previous discussion as well, kind of like how recent political turmoil or changes and change of regimes can really play an important perspective and can change even the objective of competition enforcement and potentially ex-ante regulation over time. But then the key point that I always think about is, many of the concerns that are being discussed these days, often they're online harms or other similar concerns, to me, they're simply not competition problems. They, in my mind, should not be addressed by competition law and competition enforcement. And on that note, I couldn't agree more with Alexandre's statement regarding how agencies that deal with competition issues in different jurisdictions might be viewed as the ones that potentially could be the solution for a problem that might exist or might not. If we think about just the like the development of competition regimes over time, 3 decades ago in 1990, there were about 20 active antitrust enforcement jurisdictions. Today, 32 or so years later, there are over 140. Of course, it's a short amount of time in which a number of jurisdictions not only added competition laws, but they started enforcing them very significantly and strongly and robustly. And I think we all working in these issues, whether it's through technical assistance programs, providing assistance to younger agencies, trying to work on even draft laws, regulations, and practices in other jurisdictions, it's a fantastic result. What we see, how antitrust enforcers over the globe have become such an important element of, governments over a number of jurisdictions. But what we also see is, as Alexandre mentioned, perhaps, it might be an issue that, they can be victims of their own success. All of a sudden, number of jurisdictions, 3 decades ago, no one knew who the competition enforcer was, or the first slate of commissioners, or the first agency head. And now they're often the ones who people turn to. And they say, there might be an issue here. It might be data protection related, but perhaps the competition agency can deal with it. And I think this brings me to the really bigger point that I really am
over the last year or so have been more concerned about, thinking about what's happening worldwide, is I think up till now, competition enforcers' roles have been to apply that law, enforce the law, and then show the standard that this is a competition violation, this is the line in the sand, and you should not cross it. That's the reason behind all the guidelines. That's the reason behind all the statements when it comes to big decisions from competition agencies. That has been kind of like the leading principle. This is how we operate. And this goes back to what Corina mentioned. Clarity in that regard would be helpful for companies, for antitrust counsel and others. What I see now potentially is happening is changing this mindset and trying to resolve issues that might or might not exist, even potentially before they are created or before they exist. Is there a potential very big chance that one might not find that right balance? I believe so. In my mind, it's close to impossible without the evidence, without the studies, without the empirical evidence, knowing where that line should be drawn. And perhaps, just with my last point, I would say, if you look at the history of antitrust enforcement, going back, you asked me about focusing in the US perspective. I believe the US economy has greatly benefited from a robust antitrust enforcement since 1890. That was a big part of why, like so many industries and so many sectors are so extremely competitive. And I think that's how, if you think about a system, how you actually want to make sure you create one in which the system itself functions. There is no way that any competition enforcer can address every competition problem in the industry, in the economy. It cannot happen. It's impossible. So what the goal should be, and I think has been up till now, is finding a system that is highly competitive. And in that, if there are any particular violations or conducts, that are illegal, of course, the agency steps in. But my concern is how this particular kind of like pendulum is moving in another direction now, and not necessarily knowing where that ends. And one just very last point, if I may have like 10 more seconds. Also, what Yanis mentioned regarding kind of like DMA-related developments in Europe, I see a potentially very important risk in kind of like how ex-ante regulatory frameworks will be in place and how those can be implemented. And a really significant aspect of it is double jeopardy. How potentially, like even after, earlier this year, and I think Yanis, you can add, I think there are a couple of cases earlier this year from Europe. Nordzucker was one, and then there was a B poster so as well, that dealt with these types of issues, how adding, the ex-ante regulatory framework, and then potentially, individual member states also looking into similar issues could lead to double jeopardy issues. I think this is the point that one also should keep in mind, that even after adopting particular regulatory framework, implementation will bring about so many additional challenges, potential litigation for years or who knows. But I think it's, even if there's a regulatory framework or an ex-ante regulation that has been adopted, the story doesn't end there. It will be, additional years of litigation, fights, potentially implementation challenges that were not even foreseen before. And I think that's why we should all very closely watch all this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Alexandre, what is happening in Brazil?
I will be very, very fast on this. So if you wanna talk about regulate or not, you have to at the beginning think that we are good enough to regulate, and I'm not sure that we're good enough. You have again go back to the past and study a little bit the theory of regulation. George Stigler, Gary Becker, Posner, understand how the guys used to think about regulation, and see if the system of regulation of your country is adequate to real regulate. If you're talking about Brazil, we regulate everything. And trust me, it's not a good idea. It's not working, okay? If you get the ranking of the World Bank called Doing Business, he like ranked like 180 countries. Brazil is the position of most interventionist in 154 in 180. It's not working. We are in a process right now to deregulate. We just launched a bill called economic freedom. That's seriously, that's the name of the law. And this is amazing because you're a completely in opposite way of the rest of the world, especially the developed country. We don't know how to regulate in traditional economy. There is a lot of capture. There is a lot of asymmetry of information. And we're trying to correct market failure, but you have to regulate, when you regulate, you have to regulate at the exactly equilibrium point. Otherwise, we will instead just correct the market failure, we will create a government failure. Can be much worse. But when we're talking about digital economy, what is happening, people doesn't know how to deal with that. And they are, okay, let's regulate. Don't let the people grow, because if they grow too big is too bad. And they create presumptions. And that's the problem. And Christian said, okay, let's, I don't want to, it's very hard because it's hard to find the evidences, and Carlos said the same thing. I mean, it's when we're analyzing case by case and you need the evidence, you have those huge work to bring the antitrust cases, doing case by case, and the decisions, okay, I don't want to do this anymore, let's regulate. But the problem is, to regulate this issue, the work has to be, you have to do the same work in case by case to a general law. And as Christian said, the markets are not the same. Trust me, the past 8 years that I'm CADI, I have analyzed around 4,000 merger and acquisitions, about 1,000 conduct cases, numerous advocacy issue. Each case is completely different. Now, the big discussion abroad is how to define relevant market. We don't have to necessarily define an exactly relevant market in geographical product dimensions. What we do in CADI, it's make some scenarios and take the most conservative scenario for the competition. And also, we analyze 2 or 3 scenarios of relevant markets. And even in the same case, if the relevant market is different, you change the way to investigate how to regulate this thing. It's just impossible. You're going to make a lot of type errors 1 and 2, false negative and false positive. And this is a huge cost for the society. Are we prepared for that? Does anybody analyze the negative externality of this regulation and the cost for the society? This is the problem. In Brazil, we are in the opposite direction. There is no idea to regulate digital market. And actually, we are giving up our traditional regulation to let the market be more free. And I keep saying, if the companies are not happy with the regulation abroad, come to Brazil because you are dysregulating, okay?
Herrera, you may go ahead.
Thank you. That sounds like a commercial pitch, Alexander. I think that the issue about ex ante and ex post, I have always thought that the word regulator for the antitrust authorities is a bad word. It's enforcers. And I think that when we start talking about regulators is when, and I don't envy you, because it's when you start getting pressures to do something that the law and the resources that you have probably do not allow you to do. And I think that the pressures are political, but I think that looking at Colombia and at Latin America, when we see in the program of President Petro that one of the initiatives is create digitalization, extend digital access to the community. I believe that the trend should be more on liberalizing things that can auto-regulate themselves. I do believe that we do need some rules, and I was talking about certainty, and I was talking about having some clear guidelines. But in the model that I believe we have embarked, we embarked in Colombia like more than 20 years ago, interventionism proved to have very bad effects because the government is not the best one to determine how a market should be regulated. And the dynamics of change in the digital market are so quick that I believe that trying to go after them will only prove that the governments are failing, and that will have big political costs and also costs for consumers. I read that when the EU and looking at the EU, when one of the transactions of Google was approved, that the Commissioner Vestager was criticized for protecting the competitive process rather than the competition and the consumer. And I think that's a good way of describing. I think that the competitive process, and I'm not saying that I support or not the criticisms, I'm just trying to say that that difference between the competitive process and the consumer gives us an idea of where the enforcers should be looking at and where the regulators should be looking at. And I believe that the regulators should be looking at establishing rules for protecting consumers and establishing rules for certain aspects of the behavior of companies, but not in excess. I believe that companies that know their businesses and are innovating, they will know their businesses better. And enforcers, I think this is the moment in which principles of competition, they should be like embracing them even harder, but the principles, and not trying to do the work of regulators. Because I don't think that they have the resources or the capacity and the workforce for doing that. And finally, with respect to convergence, and I think I mentioned that before, I think it's crucial. I think it's important that we have convergence in the principles, but probably we will need a little bit of divergence in looking at each characteristic of each market. Because the market for one industry will not be the same one for the other, even if they are using digital products. And assuming that the common denominator is only digital, I think it's a big mistake.
Okay, so we're past, yeah, we're run out of time, but I just can't help myself now that you mentioned the elephant in the room, that we don't have a head of the agency, and it has to be decided very soon. So I just can't myself to ask all of you in 1 minute or one sentence, what would be the main recommendation, or what would be your advice, or what would you expect from this new head of the authority? What should be taken into account in relation to what being discussed? Christian, let's start with you.
Sure, perhaps 3 sentences, and each of them will be 3 thoughts. First, I think we've covered it to a certain degree, but I think it's so important to underscore that we really have to keep in mind potential benefits versus the potential negative impact of any change, whether it's, like a new type of regulation, any kind of
proposed new framework or anything like that would come to mind. And I've been glad to hear that so far. You mentioned Colombia has been really cautiously approaching these issues, but as you mentioned, who knows, like going forward, what would be the next step or next lesson. Then the other sentence is that the other thought that I think it's so extremely important to focus, again, relying on evidence and focusing on demonstrable harm in the marketplace versus speculative or theoretical issues that to a certain degree, again, we talked about, and they can be very different, as Alexandre said as well. Objectives can be extremely different in different jurisdictions. So really should focus on evidence-based analysis and really focusing on demonstrable harm for the consumer's benefit. And then the third and very final sentence is, as we see more and more regulatory proposals worldwide, I think it couldn't be more important to underscore the dangers, the concerns regarding just jumping on the train and following what like other jurisdictions might be doing, because we all know each economy is different. The consumers in each economy and jurisdictions are different, the needs are different. So when it comes to kind of like a competition enforcer's role or regulator's role in that regard as well, I think it's so important to, again, focus on the like consumers and the economy in that particular jurisdiction versus trying to bring in some foreign product or foreign type of examples. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Carolina.
I keep thinking that one important aspect has to do with education, and has to do with education of the regulator, of the enforcer, and of the consumers. I think that sometimes the focus is also trying to impose on the antitrust regulator or the antitrust enforcer the amending some of the things that the users that we could have achieved through educating the users. I think that's important. I don't think that we don't have the tradition that you have in the US on antitrust enforcement or in the European Union, and I think that educating users and consumers is a big part of the responsibility of a government and an enforcer or a regulator. I think that's an important one. I think the second one has to do with applying the principles in a manner that is consistent with our reality. I totally get the comment of not jumping into the train of someone else's policy. It's like, I want to use your compliance program for my company. That doesn't work. I want to apply my own studies and my own reality. But at the same time, I think that resources and the understanding the importance of this, despite the political position, I think that there are many benefits in giving resources to the enforcement of something that ultimately is looking at protecting users and also protecting a safe environment for investors to come and develop like the digital programs that the country's looking at.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, I think that caution is always good. It's what we're doing in Brazil, just holding, waiting what's going to happen in the next 3 years. I think that they're going to come back. And second, be simple. Simple means the creativity in antitrust usually is a problem. When we're very creative, in general, in terms of remedy, in terms of intervention, it means that you don't know, the decision is not clear, can be a problem. And the third one, it's always balance the externality of previous regulation or post-regulation. People the problem of regulation is they don't understand, at the end of the day, the consequences. They just regulate. In CADE, if you want to do guidelines or whatever resolution, whatever it is, we have to judge many cases before. to understand that creating that presumption, we are in a safe harbor that the problem that can be, caused by that regulation is very small in terms of the benefits. So, but this is jurisprudence. This is many cases. So gives predictability, security for the market. Otherwise, they don't know what they're going to tell for the clients, and the clients, the companies, the private sector, they don't know how to work, how to do business. And this, it's harm from the consumers, for the economy, for the whole society.
Well, thank you very much. Last but not least, Yanis, we haven't forgot about you.
No, thank you. I will, 2 sentences. 2 years ago, as part of capacity building work, I was in a jurisdiction in the Asian continent. We were discussing law reform, and we were discussing how they would move away from calculating the fines for cartels based on minimum wage, on the national minimum wage. So because the fine for cartels in this jurisdiction were calculated as a multiple of the national minimum wage. At the same time, we're trying to actually work on updating this fining system to something more possibly modern. They also wanted to introduce gatekeeper legislation in their law. And my view and my recommendation to them was, you really need to learn how to walk before you start running a marathon. And I think that I will finish with that. I think competition authorities need first to understand exactly what they're about to regulate or enforce, and then go about regulating or enforcing it. And any paradigms the large international authorities create, they can be really misapplied in many other jurisdictions from the 120, I think, Christian, you mentioned before, that we have now around the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My sentence will be appoint someone with the technical capacity, but appoint someone right now. We're just, this is getting too long. This is past due. This is all. Thank you very much for all being here, for the ones that stayed till the end, and to my panelists. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Stay for a photo.
Oh yeah, Yanis, just stay 1 second for a photo.
I wish I was there.